the 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rullison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Karts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at RullisonPerformanceGroup.com.
I get home from work on Saturday morning about 4 to 5 a.m. On a good week, I did some prep early, and on a bad week, I'm doing it when I get to the track. Sleep is not an option. I unload, reg, driver's meeting, nap, qualify, race. It's not every weekend, but it's as many races as I can make. I used to race when I was younger, before New York and before getting married. I've always worn Bell. From bicycles to race cars, it's given me the best in safety when I've needed it the most.
the 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo. Live from Ocala, Florida, here's Tony Laporta.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Ocala, Florida. My name is Tony Laporta, and you are watching live coverage of the second round of the 2016 Safina Foods Florida Winter Tour. We're here at Ocala Grand Prix, located in scenic Ocala, Florida. Karts are on track, morning warm-ups are done, and it is time to go heat racing. Yesterday, 3 rounds of practice in the morning, a lunch break, qualifying in the afternoon, and our first round of 10 and 12 lap heat races. Today, on the schedule, rounds 2 and 3 of the heats will break for lunch and then come back to race our pre-finals, setting us up for a true championship Sunday come tomorrow. We welcome everybody here in Ocala, Florida. We appreciate you and thank you for attending another Max Speed promoted event. And to all of you watching back home live, wherever you are, we hope your Saturday morning is going as great as ours is. It's about to get a lot better because our DD2 and DD2 Masters grid are making their way into the final corner to see the first green flag of the day. Oliver Askew made it a snoozer in the first heat race yesterday, but that's what the guy does. Luke Chudley will start on the outside of row number 1 with DTM driver Robert Wickens and Dev Gore in row 2. Rubens Barrichello and Marco Signoretti make up row number 3. Here come our DD2 senior drivers into the tram lanes. Green flag flies, and Chudley does a great job of slotting down from the outside of row number 1 down inside behind Oliver Askew, but in front of Robert Wickens. And in fact, it's going to be Dev Gore getting around Wickens at the start. Wickens battles down to the inside as a few karts get together in turn 3. Everybody's off and rolling. I believe that was the tail end of our senior field as our Masters drivers just got the green flag. They make their way around the tree turn, corner number 7. And as lap number 1 comes to an end, it was Luke Chudley who made maybe the best move off the start to not get shuffled out of the top 2. He moved down on the inside, let Askew take off on the green flag. He got down to the inside and held on to second. Robert Wickens fell from 3rd to 4th on the start, has picked up 3rd, and he now runs in the 4th position. Our DD2 senior drivers getting a blue and red flag, the drivers that were involved in that incident at the start of this race back in turn number 3. Wickens now going to go to work on Luke Chudley for second spot, a pair of Maranello drivers. Wickens isn't going to take long. He pulls up alongside in 9, hip checks Chudley, and he's into second spot. Wickens now behind Askew in the leaderboard. Chudley's going to do everything he can to stick right to Wickens' back bumper, but there's not going to be much to it, I think. Wickens has got that Maranello hooked up just a little bit better than Luke Chudley does. Chudley, though, doing a good job staying right in Wickens' tire tracks. Robert Wickens, the DTM driver, who karts not just because he loves it, but it's a ton of fun, he says, and a fantastic way to stay in shape, mentally sharp, and physically prepared for his upcoming car season. He runs in second now. Chudley runs 3rd, and then it's going to be Dev Gore in 4th. Marco Signoretti on the energy in 5th. Rubens Barrichello just outside the top 5, the ex-Formula 1 star. Going to make the entire Florida Winter Tour with us, I do believe. There you see a live look at the fight for second place. Wickens with the blue and purple helmet running in P2. Chudley on the Maranello in 3rd, and then Dev Gore runs 4th. Signoretti in 5th. Barrichello right behind in 6th. But Barrichello has a challenge for that spot shaping up behind him. It's unfortunate the size of our DD2 field here this weekend. Obviously not the biggest class, which is unfortunate because the racing almost always is close. If someone could just get rid of Askew. A little bit farther back, we see that fight for 6th place really starting to heat up now. Rubens Barrichello has the position, but it's Christian Munoz and Luis Schiavo who want a piece of the action. Schiavo is going to be your DD2 Masters leader. Here comes Askew to click off another lap. He'll see halfway. And then it's Wickens, Chudley, Signoretti, Gore. Munoz currently scored in the 6th position. And then a little bit farther back, it's going to be Schiavo, your Masters leader, ahead of Michael McCarthy. Christian Corneo runs 2nd. Christoph Adams is 3rd. Adams running double duty this weekend, DD2 Masters and Masters Max. There is what will be 3rd, 4th, and 5th on your screen. Barrichello still has 6th, but it looks like Christian Munoz and I believe that's going to be Michael McCarthy. Yeah, that's Munoz and McCarthy having a good fight for 7th right now as they roll through turn 1. Then they hit the right-hander, turn 2 chicane. Through the switchbacks now, 3, 4, and 5. Oliver Askew makes his way into turn 6. There you see Askew rolling through the turn 9 showcase, final corner, and it's Wickens, Chudley, the Marinello drivers, Dev Gore on the Burrell, Marco Signoretti on the Energy chassis. Askew just pounding out laps here. 4 laps to the finish when they get to the line next time by. Askew currently holds a 3.5-second advantage just past the halfway point of this race. Mojo Tires, your presenting sponsor for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Senior Max will be up on grid next. That class is going to be brought to you by Rollison Performance Group as they see 4 to go at the line here. The battle for 4th place continues to rage as Oliver Askew continues to rage. He goes purple, 8 laps in, 36.444. Askew making the transition from Senior Max to DD2 over the offseason, pulling the old switcheroo with his teammate at PSL Karting, Jordan Lennox. Lennox making a return to Senior Max, not exactly his debut. Raced Senior Max 2-3 years ago here at the Florida Winter Tour. Told me in Homestead, back then it was the same story as it is today. Just chasing those Ocala Grand Prix guys is what he always said the battle was a couple years ago. And it's still the same story, just a different day here in 2016. Lennox will be up next on track in that Senior Max race, but DD2 coming to a close now. They'll see 2 to go at the line. Signoretti closing in on Dev Gore. That's the battle you're watching on your monitor, and that allows Rubens, Barrichello, and Munoz to make this a 4-cart battle for 4th position. Wickens and Chudley come out of the tree turn, corner number 7. Askew becoming a small dot on the horizon. Cam Egger shows them the sticks here. 10 down, 2 to go. There goes Wickens, Chudley down the front straightaway. They head for 1. Meanwhile, in DD2 Masters, as we are running the combined class, Schiavo rebounding well after trouble in qualifying yesterday. Corneo is 2nd, and Adams, our double-duty driver, running in 3rd. Christian Corneo racing with the Praga Chile team. The Chilean driver had a good run in Homestead. There goes Rubens Barrichello on the inside of Signoretti. Munoz tries to come along for the ride. Unfortunately, it's not 2 for the price of 1. It's going to be 1 guy through for 5th place. Barrichello cracks the top 5. Signoretti going to try to battle back. He's only got 8 corners left to do it as the white flag flies. Askew could just put the thing into neutral and get to the line. Corneo giving Luis Schiavo a run for his money as they're going to come down to see the white flag here. That's the battle for DD2 Masters. Corneo pulls to the inside. This is a race for the lead and the win. Corneo is there. Schiavo hangs tough. Not tough enough, though. Checkered flag flies for Oliver Askew. The battle for DD2 Masters still going. Here comes Wickens in 2nd place. Chudley's going to bring it home in 3rd. Gore holds off for 4th. Barrichello rallies to 5th. Signoretti slips to 6th. And then Munoz ends up 7th. McCarthy's going to cross the line in 8th. Simone De La Vera, your top 10. The battle for DD2 Masters is going to come down to the final lap in turn 1 where Christian Corneo got around Schiavo, the Chilean, your winner in heat number 2. Schiavo leads the whole race, ends up 2nd, and then it's Adams rounding out the field in third. How about that to a start for your Saturday here, folks? DD2 Senior and DD2 Masters in the books. They have one more heat race to set the starting grid for their pre-final. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're just getting started here in Ocala. So as you take a live look at our starting grid, let's play a game of Who's That on Grid. Got a few Max Speed employees walking around down there. There's old Chris Egger. He's got one of the earphones on his headset propped up so he can try to hear what's going on. Doubt it. He's having a discussion with Madeline Egger. No relation, oddly enough, between Chris Egger and Madeline. And then at the back of the grid, walking around is going to be Max Preston, shooting some cool shots for Max Speed this weekend. It looks like he's snapping a photo of Kirkwood and Garrison discussing their lunch plans after this heat race is over. Mark Michonne also on the grid. Chief Steward for the weekend out of Southern California. Zachary DeMello standing at the side of his Intrepid machine, getting ready to head out and do battle. In front of him on the grid, you'll see the 314 of Gianfranco Mazzafaro from PSL Karting. Jonathan Koitek, I see him. Man, does his hair look good. Boy, was that a gleam of light off of his eyes? Or am I just falling in love, man? I don't know. Austin Garrison at the front of the grid. Kyle Kirkwood will start on the inside of row number 2. Trent Estep, the reigning Junior Max U.S. Open champion. Is that the one and only Victor Pedrosa? I'm not sure. I think it is. Wrenching on Estep's cart. Christian Brooks, you can see him between Egger and Michonne, wearing a fancy new CRG suit. Boy, does he look Euro. He's talking to a fellow Can-Am Karting Challenge driver, Luke Selican, at the back of the grid. Luke Selican coming off of an amazingly impressive second-place finish at the 2015 Grand Finals in Senior Max just a couple of months ago in Portimao, Portugal. Selican doing his part, as well as Matias Ramirez, Ocala Grand Prix driver. They helped earn the United States the World Championship, the Team Championship. Here comes Kevin Glover. He's going to make sure he's got a good spot on the fence to watch his driver Luke Selican battle in this Senior Max Heat Race number 2. Boy, does Kevin Glover look good, folks. If you haven't seen him in a while, the young Canadian sure has just lost the weight. He looks great. You should see him. Shake his hand. Trenton Estep's dad making his way to a fine viewing spot here on the front straightaway. You got to get somewhere where you'll be able to watch this Senior Max race, folks. It's going to be an exciting heat. Yan Liang in the 311 and Logan Cusson make up row 13, while Hop Pang Zhang and Mateo Diaz are in row number 12. Jesse Krill and Austin Belosky start 22nd and 21st. There's a look at your starting grid. Davide Greco and Sterling Fairman make up row number 10, while Nicholas Hornbostel starts 18th with Justin Oviero on the inside in P17. Connor Ford racing with Crosslink will start 16th with Diego Dominguez in 15th. 14th will be the comp cart driver Lane Vicala making the switch over from Burrell. And then Luke Selican on the Cosmic from RPG will start 13th. Matt Solarczyk from Oakland Valley Race Park rolls 12th on his Fernando Alonso machine with Christian Brooks on the CRG in 11th. inside the top 10. Now we see Zach Holden from Kuna USA on the 322 Tony Kart, while Orsalon Racing's Darren Keene starts 9th. Jordan Sherritt on the Sodi Kart starts 8th, with Jordan Lennox on the Burrell in 7th. David Malukas, a Senior Max rookie on the Comp Kart from J3 competition, rolls off 6th, while Trent Nestep, your 2015 Junior Max champion at the U.S. Open, starts on the inside of row number 3. Zachary Clement DeMello will start 4th, with OGP ace and Heat Race 1 winner from yesterday afternoon, Kyle Kirkwood, on the inside in 3rd position. On the front row, we see the Burrell from PSL karting number 314, Gianfranco Mazzafaro, and your pole sitter in the 329 OGP Tony Kart, Austin Garrison. Our Senior Max field this weekend brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Big thanks to Raleigh and the gang on the West Coast for stepping up. Our field has completed their out lap. They're coming to the end of their formation lap. This is the heavyweight class, in my opinion, folks. Senior Max, these are some of the most experienced drivers throughout North America, and they're getting ready to battle for 12 laps here in heat race number 2. Garrison bringing them down. Green flag in the air, and they get racy fast. Lennox dives to the middle of the track, but he's met by Christian Brooks. Everybody makes it through turn 1. Mostly, we got one driver mowing the grass in the chicane, turn 2. He rejoins, and it's Malukas sitting sideways in turn number 3. David Malukas gets parked, but is able to refire and rejoin the race. Kirkwood battling to the inside as they come out of the switchbacks. He gets a shot in the back from who's that going to be? No, Garrison's up in front. Kirkwood in second. Was that Trent Nestep giving old Kirkwood a shot? Yes, it was. Now, Lennox pulls to the inside. He's going to try and make a move for third. Nothing happening. Trent Nestep, wow, making his voice heard early. Gave Kirkwood a big shot coming out of turn number 6, heading to 7. Now, Lennox to the inside of Estep in 5. He's through. Lennox gets around the senior class rookie, Trent Nestep, promoting the PSL driver now into the 3rd position. Team OGP occupies the top 2 spots. Lap number 2 coming to an end, and they are hustling here, folks. 2 down, 10 to go. It's Garrison, Kirkwood, Lennox, Estep, and the Orsalon Racing driver, Darren Keene. So now they enter the switchbacks on lap number 3. There you see Garrison, Kirkwood, Lennox, the top 3. Kirkwood goes purple last time by. Darren Keene runs 5th. Clement DeMello runs 6th after starting this race in the 4th position. Behind them, it's Brooks in 7th. Holden 8th. Selican, Sherritt, your top 10. There's the OGP drivers. Lennox, Estep coming through the final corner down the front straightaway. They set sail into turn number 1. And is that Cody Schindel taking photos in turn 9? I believe it is. Our leaders making their way through turns 4 and 5. Is that going to be? Yes, it is. Darren Keene making a move on Trent Estep. Darren Keene, the Fabio Orsalon Racing driver, getting around Trent Estep from Kuna USA, 2 of the top Tony Kart teams in the United States. Kirkwood slowly reeling in his teammate. He goes purple lap after lap. We now train our cameras for the fight for the lead. Kirkwood all over Garrison's back bumper. Last time by a 37.3 for Kirkwood, a 37.6 for Garrison. Austin needs to get on his horse and ride here if he wants to hold on to the top spot here. Heat 1 went to Kirkwood. Will Heat 2 be more of the same? It looks like it. unless Garrison can make that kart either very wide or a lot faster. Kirkwood, 0.3 of a second quicker at the stripe last time by. They come out of 9, set sail down the front straightaway. Let's see what the lap times look like here. Kirkwood, half a kart length back. They head for 1. Kirkwood takes a look, and he takes the lead. Kirkwood now into P1. A 37.5 last time by for Kirkwood, your new leader, versus a 37.6 for Garrison, your pole sitter. Garrison has got to figure out somewhere to make more speed, to make more time, if he's going to keep up with Kyle Kirkwood right now. Jonathan Koitek has got the 328 of Kyle Kirkwood on rails. The 329 of Garrison has a little bit of work to do, I think, if they're going to stay up there at the front. Kirkwood, your new leader. Lennox, right where he says he was a few years ago, chasing down the boys of OGP. Meanwhile, behind them, it's going to be S-Step in 4th, Darren Keene, a pair of Tony karts in 5th. Your top 5, 4 Tony karts and 1 Burrell in the middle. Coy Arbor, the new team manager over at PSL Karting, has got to be happy about that, but I bet he'd like to see a few more Burrells up at the front as well. We've reached the halfway point, 5 to go when they get to the line. Let's take a look a little bit farther down the field. It looks like Luke Selikin making some hay here in our second heat race. He's up to 9th after starting this race in the 13th position. So Selikin doing a good job, but he's got competition right behind him. That's going to be Jordan Sherritt trying to make something happen, moving out of 10th up to 9th. As they make their way around, did Sherritt get Selikin? He may have. Let's take a look as they get a little bit closer. They're on the far side of the track now. There's the tree turn. Yeah, and it looks like Sherritt has gotten around Luke Selikin to put him down into the 10th spot. Oviero is in 11th. Now we got to fight for 4th place. It's the 2 Tony kart drivers. Darren Keene and Trent Estep battling hard here. And what does that do? That allows Zach Holden to get in the mix, and he brings DeMello with him. It's a 4-kart train. Zach Holden now into the 5th spot as he is right on. That should be Darren Keene's back bumper. It's Darren Keene in P4. Zach Holden 5th. Trent Estep, but not for long, as Estep has problems getting out of the tree turn. DeMello pulls right up alongside. It's not even a battle. Keene now in 4th, but Holden going to work. Brooks getting a little racy a little bit farther back, as Brooks is going to clear Trent Estep. So Estep has some weight tied onto that go-kart they need to cut off before the 3rd heat race later today. Not sure what's happened to Trent Estep here in the late stages of our 2nd heat race, but he is having a few problems getting out of the tight stuff. Christian Brooks picks up a spot on him. Darren Keene just trying to get home in the 4th position, but Zach Holden has other plans. Holden with a big run through turn 9, the final corner. They head down the front straightaway to see the sticks. 2 to go. Man, it's cool how Cameron Egger flips those flags with his wrists. David Malukas also trying to rally after a spin on the opening lap. He's going to work on Hornbostel for the 12th position. Up front, Kirkwood doing a good job of leading this race, but I'll tell you what, Austin Garrison has not let Kirkwood run away. Kirkwood was 0.3 of a second quicker per lap when he was chasing Garrison. Last time by, he was a 37.6. Garrison was quicker with a 37.5. And man, Darren Keene is not letting off at all. He's got the 322 with Zach Holden right on his back bumper. Holden following Keene in his tire tracks as they've seen the white flag. Kirkwood trying to make sure he stays on top. Last time by, Kirkwood was a 37.6, Garrison a 37.5. So Garrison, he's got a rabbit to chase. Now, Zach Holden to the inside of Darren Keene in 6, and he's through. Keene just trying to defend. Keene comes back on the inside of 7. Holden runs wide in the grass. He's going to lose 1 spot. 2, can he keep from losing a 3rd? He will. DeMello gets by. Keene's going to finish 4th, and Holden's going to slip to 6th. Wow, talk about a great last lap. That battle for 4th, epic between Darren Keene, who was running 5th, Darren Keene was in fourth, and it was actually Zach Holden in fifth. Zach Holden threw it to the inside in turn number 6, got the pass, but the track goes back to the opposite direction. That allowed Darren Keene to come back on the inside of Holden, and then when they came on the exit of 7, Holden ran out of track, ran through the dirt. He lost the 4th position to Darren Keene, and then Zachary DeMello was right there as well to pick up the pieces after Zach Holden ran wide. So great race there. But it was Kyle Kirkwood getting the job done here in Senior Max. Back-to-back heat race wins. Garrison wins the pole in qualifying, but through the heats so far, it has been Kyle Kirkwood. Great race in Senior Max, folks. We work our way through heat race round number 2. Coming up next will be our Mini Max drivers. They're on grid now, and we will be back with their second heat race coming up. Fix that. I had no idea heat races were even going on. That's super not good. That's why I texted you and asked if you were broadcasting, because did you turn it? Mic check, 1, 2. So, good afternoon, everybody, here at Ocala Grand Prix. I promise I was calling that last race Lucky for you, though, you guys weren't able to hear those first two. Some crazy technical difficulty that has something to do with plugging stuff in and whatever. But we're live online, so if you want to listen to our broadcast, head over to motorsport.com, click on the TV app, and now we're live on the speakers here at Ocala Grand Prix. It's a beautiful day. Two great heat races have been run so far, DD2 and Senior Max. Kyle Kirkwood picking up the victory in Senior Max, Oliver Askew picking up the victory in DD2, and Christian Corneo picking up the victory in DD2 Masters. Chris Wheeler is with me, and on track now, Mini Max for their heat race number 2 of 3. We're setting the grids for pre-finals. Chris, how are you?
It's a beautiful day to be in Ocala, Florida. Tony Laporta and I am doing fabulous.
Did you have fun last night at Bubba?
You know, it was a great night with the USAC Amazon National Sprint Cars and a lot of good racing. Defending national champion Robert Blue picked up his first win of the year and his first time with the number 1 on that race car. So it was a good time for sure. You know, track was great, racing was great. The concession stand was even better.
I was waiting for my ride. I'm not going to lie. I was sitting outside the Kuna USA tent until about 11 o'clock last night.
Well, see, the funny point is that, you know, we were here till 7:15. At least I was. I know some of the guys stayed a little bit later, but I saw you leaving with some of the other staff members not too long after the final checkered flag yesterday. So you might want to log on to findanewstory.com.
Let's find a new race. It's on track now. Mini Max Heat Race number 2. Ocala Grand Prix sweeping the top 3 spots in qualifying thanks to Tyler Gonzalez, Fernando Barrichello, and Jeremy Fairbairn. Oh, and a guy named Austin Miles, the head of the Mini Max program here at Team OGP. He's going to see what his 3 young drivers can do. And don't forget, we also have Cody Crucker, another one of the Ocala Grand Prix drivers in the 127. He looks identical to Tyler Gonzalez. Same livery on the cart, same suit, and luckily they both have white helmets on, so we won't get confused. I promise you that. Gonzalez and Barrichello bringing him out of the final corner. Our race director puts them in the tram lanes. It's a good-looking Mini-Max field here, waiting for the green flag, and they're going to go around one more time, Chris.
You know, Tony Laporta, yesterday we got them stacking up here in turn number 1. Come on, kids. You know, yesterday, Tony Laporta, the Heat Race 1 start for Mini Max was less than desirable. Second place was about 4th or 6th by the time they got turn 1. 4th place is about 10th. And so both those drivers fought back up through the field, made a good race of it. It'd be interesting to see today how those drivers fare this time into turn number 1 and see if they can't maybe get a little bit better launch, a little bit easier on themselves.
Yeah, we'll see what the starting procedure is going to be like here in Mini Max, Chris, because, yeah, you're definitely right. The start yesterday in this race was not exactly, I think, the way race director and race control would have liked. But it looks better this time by as they're much slower heading into the carousel, the showcase turn. A little bit of an accordion effect, a few carts bumping and banging into each other. It shoves one kid into the next. But the most important thing is that they're going nice and slow, and that is what they're really stressing here. It's a lot easier to make it through turn 1, the theory is, when you're at a controlled speed versus flying into a tight space a little too hot. Mini-Max drivers into the tram lanes for the second time here. It's a 10-lap heat race. Tyler Gonzalez, Fernando Barrichello, your front row. This start looks much better. Green flag in the air. They now dart out of the tram lanes, and they bottleneck down into a very wide turn number 1. Gonzalez does a good job holding on to that top spot. And then it should be Jeremy Fairbairn, that inside row 2 starter, slotting his way up in to the second spot, moving from 3rd on the grid to P2. Everybody made it through the opening few corners cleanly. We're off and running here. Our opening lap of a Mini Max racing. They come out of the tree turn over the dog leg. It is going to be Gonzalez over his shoulder taking a look at Jeremy Fairbairn. And then let's take a look at the field as they come through. I want to say that's Austin Torgerson possibly up to 3rd. No, that's Barrichello, your off-pole starter, down a spot. And then it's going to be Crawford taking a look on Barrichello in 1. No, not close enough, but what that does, it allows Noel Jesus Leon to catch right up. And, Chris, there's that battle for 3rd place as our leaders are trying to check out on the field.
Yeah, you watch the battle early on here, and it's definitely one to look for. She's got a lot of shaking and baking and shuffling that time through turn number 5. Now to the left-hander at 6, and it looks like it's Leon that's going to be the victim of that one, as now Barrichello is going to slide back under Morgato. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's going to be Crawford picking up that third spot, Chris, and then Fernando Barrichello, Noel Jesus Leon is how they ran last time by across the line. But it was Jeremy Fairbairn who runs second on track currently. He's quickest in the times, 39.564 for Fairbairn. That's a great lap. The leader just went a 39.7. Fairbairn nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than your leader, and that's good because he's 0.2 of a second back right now.
Yeah, and as they come off the tree turn this time, head around the kink now into the showcase corner, you can see Fairbairn kind of closing in here on Gonzalez, trying to make things interesting.
This time by Austin Torgerson, the driver from Medford, Oregon, goes purple with BBR karting, 39.509 for the older of the two Torgerson boys. As they make their way through the switchbacks now, Gonzalez and Fairbairn running a nice pace, 39.5 for Gonzalez, 39.6 for Fairbairn. They're just trying to make it through these heats as Gonzalez makes an adjustment to the radiator on the right side of that Ocala Grand Prix Tony card, letting a little bit more air in. It looks like Gonzalez is going to bring him down to C6 to go. Fairbairn in second, Crawford, and then Leon, your top 4.
So I spent the last 3 laps trying to figure out what I was seeing, and it appears that there's a chance that Matias Morgado in the 162's transponder not picking up on our race monitor channel. So Morgado in the 4th position on track and on your screen at home, which is why I was just so confused.
I was confused too, Chris. That is Matias Morgado's helmet, his suit, the cart we saw last week in a Rock Cup. So good job doing some research. I think it's the transponder not picking up on Morgado's cart. So he is running in the 4th position right now as they come by. We'll confirm that visually. Yep, that is Morgado in the 4th position. Now he's going to try and make it the 3rd position. Morgado down to the inside of Crawford in 1. And he's through as they head for the right-hander, turn 2 chicane, and there you see him on your screen. That is, in fact, Matias Morgado in 3rd place.
So headed to turn number 4 now, 2-cart length advantage over Jetpack Jack Crawford as he's going to try and dispose of the young Texan very quickly and maybe even get a chance to run at Fairbairn and Gonzalez, but it's going to be kind of hard. Last time by, Gonzalez was purple at a 39.206 over Fairbairn at a 39.368.
Oh, Torgerson makes contact coming through the field. Who's that going to be with? Possibly Noel Leon. Yep, I believe that was Noel Leon and Austin Torgerson. You just saw it right there for the last second. We had a camera on turn 9. Torgerson was charging through the field and tried to make a pass, it looks like, on Noel Leon, and it did not work out. You hate that for those two kids, but a great shot. Was able to just see it there at the last second as Matias Morgado trying to do 2 things. 1, pull away from Jack Crawford so he can be a little bit more comfortable in 3rd place, and then go to work on reeling in Jeremy Fairbairn. Leaders come out of the final corner to see 3 to go. Gonzalez's lead over Jeremy Fairbairn grows to 0.7 of a second, and that's thanks to the fact that Gonzalez just went purple. 39.171 for Gonzalez. Fairbairn laid down his best lap of 39.2 as the field makes their way through the left-hander, turn to number 4. Now directly a U-turn, the hairpin, turn number 5. Then they'll head for an early apex, fast exit, turn number 6, Chris, and they head back to the tree turn. We'll see 2 to go at the line.
So coming around here to start the penultimate lap is Tyler Gonzalez. He's gone purple 3 laps in a row to try and close off this Heat Race 2 action. The double sticks in the air. 39.2 to Fairbairn's 39.1 as Fairbairn runs his fastest of the event. Morgado now on your monitor. Crawford, Barrichello, and Montoya, your top 6.
You see him right there, folks. Your leader, Tyler Gonzalez, doing a great job at using the entire width of this very wide Ocala Grand Prix racing service. Doing a good job to go as wide as he can, as far as he can, but not abuse the curbing, not upset the chassis. He's just painting the corners as they'd say a pitcher would do in baseball. He's doing a phenomenal job right now. He's only got one more lap to keep it up. White flag is flying in the air as our Mini-Max class, brought to you by PSL Karting, is in its final circuit around the track. Good shot right there, and you can see him so quiet on the wheel mostly. It looks like a little bit of understeer right there in turn 5 as he's just fighting to get that kart through a very fast U-turn. But he heads into the tree turn, trying as much as he can to move his hands as little as possible. Tyler Gonzalez is going to go wire to wire here from the pole to the win, in and now out of the final corner. OGP driver Gonzalez scores heat race number 2's victory here at OGP. Jeremy Fairbairn makes it a 1-2 finish for the home track team as Matias Morgado gets entered into the system. Better late than never. Third place for the 162. Crawford holds for 4th. And then Fernando Barrichello puts 3 OGP karts inside the top 5. Montoya ends up 6th. Cody Crucker in 7th. Dale Curran from Ben Cooper Racing 8th. Arias Duke Medjin and Elio Giovanni in 10th. Yuvan Sundramurthy from Oakland Valley finishes 11th. Luca Berazatigi 12th. Austin Torgerson, Cash Tyner, and Noel Leon, your top 15. So that will do it for Mini-Max. Chris Wheeler already on his way out of the booth. He will be back, though, folks. Don't you worry. He'll be back with Red Bulls for all of us here in the VIP suite high above Ocala Grand Prix. Don't forget, folks, to send us an email. Tell us what you're doing on this fine Saturday morning. If you're watching our broadcast, we sure appreciate it, and we'd like to know where you're at. Send us an email to live@floridawintertour.com. And when Chris Wheeler comes back, we're going to talk a little bit more about the Dan Weldon Award and what is going on with that. It's a special award. It's a special thing here in the karting industry that we get to be a part of. Masters Max coming up next. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. Austin Miles, good job, friend. Your Mini-Max program is looking sharp.
The 2016 Sofina Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels, in partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
Here we go. Masters Max, brought to you by GP Falcone. And this one, folks, is going to be a good one. Christoph Adams and Michelle Boysa bring them down. Scott Roberts and Pistol Pete Frischke are in row number 2. Then it's Nick Tucker, John Robichaux, Bobby Green, DeLuca, and Robertson. Green flag back in the air, as Rick Allen would say, and we're racing. Clean start up front for all of our Masters Max driver. Not the biggest field here this weekend, but it's not the quantity, it's the quality. That's what it's all about. Into the switchbacks, our leaders go. Christoph Adams looking to rebound after a third-place finish in DD2 Masters, and he's running up front here now in Masters Max. It's a 12-lap heat race, for these drivers as they come down out of the tree, turn over the dog leg, through the woods, and to grandmother's house we go. Through the final corner to complete lap number 1. Michelle Aboisa started this race on the off pole, but it's going to be Scott Roberts walking down to the inside in turn number 1. Roberts picks up the top spot. Just like that, 1 lap in, he goes to work. Christoph Adams is going to battle back, though, and try to keep Roberts in his field of vision. Scott Roberts, your reigning U.S. Grand National Champion. And then a little bit farther back, you see Aboisa and Nick Tucker racing with Pistol Pete. Pistol Pete gets around Nick Tucker on the inside, but Tucker's not going to let him go so easy. Tucker wants to take a look. He's rubbing the numbers off of Frischke's back bumper. Again, this is Masters Max, brought to you by GP Falcone, their second heat race of the weekend. There'll be one more round of heats before lunch, and then following lunch break, we will run our pre-final. So a different schedule than if you tuned in and watched the broadcast in Homestead last month. Last month, it was quali and a heat on Friday, which ultimately got pushed back to Saturday due to rains harder than I've ever seen. But the original schedule in Homestead was to quali and heat race number 1 on Friday, run 2 heats on Saturday, and then show up and run a pre-final Sunday morning and finals on Sunday afternoon. Tweaking the schedule just a little bit, and I got to say, I think it'll be interesting. I like it. I want to see how it works out. Ran quali and a heat yesterday. Going to run through 2 rounds of heats today, and then the pre-final will be tonight or just after lunch, and then we'll run finals tomorrow, getting us out of here plenty early for everybody to catch flights and trucks heading back home. And the thing about Ocala Grand Prix is it's such a short track. We're completing laps and races here so quickly. It's a little bit easier to do it here at Ocala, where, you know, our leaders are getting stuff done in the sub 40-second range every race versus Homestead karting, where it's a much longer track. And you're taking longer to get around lap after lap. That's why we're able to go 12 laps for our senior drivers, our junior drivers, and our masters drivers, and then we're doing 10-lap heat races for our micro and mini drivers. Shorter track means you need more laps to get more racing. Here at the Florida Winter Tour, it's all about more racing. Scott Roberts likes more racing. Michelle Aboisa, he likes more racing too, as he's about to bring the race to Christoph Adams. Aboisa goes purple last time by 38 with a 1 on the back. They head now to the far side of the track. Aboisa all over Adams' back bumper. Aboisa's not going to waste any time. Down to the inside in 5 for second. Aboisa gets it and defends very well. Adams could have crossed him back over on the exit of 5 heading to 6, but Aboisa, he knew what Adams was thinking. He slid wide on the exit after making the pass. He slid wide as to make sure that he didn't give Adams a route back to the inside of him as the track goes from the right-hander turn 5 to the left-hander turn 6. Aboisa did a fantastic job of carrying his speed all the way to the outside of the track, not letting Christoph Adams shoehorn his way back in. So Adams is on a 2-kart slide right now. He's gone from pole back to second, now second back to third, as it's a pair of Tony karts up front. Tony karts leading on a Mojo tire? I don't believe it. Scott Roberts out in front, Aboisa in second, Adams on the Burrell in third, Pistol Pete fourth, Nick Tucker in fifth. That's how they run inside the top 5. A little bit farther back, John Robichaux is sixth. Bobby Green, 7th. Daniel Robertson and DeLuca complete the field. Sounding like we may have a cracked header making its way around the track out there. Nothing makes a 2-stroke kart engine sound cooler than when the exhaust pipe is broken. It sounds like a 2.5-stroke kart motor at that point. Aboisa has got a lot of speed still left in that Tony kart. He just went purple last time by. 38-1 to Roberts is 38-3. We're coming down to see 4 to go. I'm not positive this race isn't over yet. And just as I say that, Roberts makes a case to say that it is over as he goes green, 38.28 or 38.268. Aboisa a 38.221. meaning that Roberts, your leader, went just a little bit quicker last time by than Aboiza. Aboiza 0.6 of a second back, and Adams is doing what he can to close back in for that fight for second. Meatball flag will be coming out this time by. Mechanical black flag is going to be displayed too. Show me the number, Cam. He's hiding it with his black flag. It's going to be a surprise to everybody here in a moment. Our leaders make their way. Black flag for the 685. That's going to be Bobby Green. No, big Bobby Green from the Oakland Valley Race Park team. Boy, you can hear that thing when it goes by. So Bobby Green, he's probably able to hear it himself. His head's 9 inches above the exhaust header, so I can guarantee you he knows what the black flag is for. It's unfortunate. He'll start the next heat race in the same position, but this is going to hurt his overall average when it comes to gridding up that pre-final. So Green's going to look over his shoulder, put his hand in the air, and peel off on the outside of turn number 9. 2 laps remaining here for our Masters Max drivers. Scott Roberts made this race a little bit more interesting at the start, and then Aboiza doing a good job. He's closed the lead up to 0.2 of a second from 0.6 of a second, and our front 3 are all over each other here as they come out of the switchbacks into 6. Lap and a half to go through the tree turn, corner number 7. Aboiza nearly there, close enough to make a move down the back straightaway into the showcase turn. The long left-handed sweeper. They're going to come out to see the white flag flying. 1 to go. Let's take a look at the lap times. Here's the white flag flies. Roberts a 38.244. Aboiza a 38.20. So Aboiza quicker by 4/100ths of a second. Does he have enough time? I don't know. Roberts is good on the fast stuff, but now they're in the switchbacks. This is where Aboiza makes his time. Down into 6. Aboiza good on brakes. Roberts better on gas. Through 6. Out of 7, Adams shoehorns his way through, and again we see a driver run wide on the exit of 7, drop the left wheels into the dirt. Adams is going to pick up second, and Roberts is going to pick up the win. Good fight there amongst our top 3 in Masters Max. Aboiza had that second spot, but coming out of 6, Christoph Adams had a good run. They headed down into the right-hander, turn number 7, a decreasing radius corner that tightens up on exit. And when that happened, Christoph Adams, who was alongside, held the position. They ran wide, and the track tightens up a little bit there. Aboiza just flat out ran out of room, hopped the curbing, dropped the left wheels in the dirt. That slowed him down. Adams was able to hold on to second and drive away to finish there. Roberts, your winner. Aboiza third. Frischke fourth. Tucker fifth. He saves his best lap for the last lap. Robichaux 6th, Robertson, DeLuca, and Bobby Green round out your field in Masters Max. Coming up next will be our Micro Max drivers. We go from the oldest to the youngest here at Max Speed. Man, and Micro Max, that's not going to be a race you're going to want to miss, folks. So if you're somewhere where you can get by a fence, I highly suggest it. Micromax is going to be a heck of a battle. Enzo Schianti and Justin Arsenault, that front row, you see them right there on the grid. These kids had a great race in heat number 1 yesterday. There's Aaron Nelton. He's got the old sunglasses up on the forehead, checking out the competition for his driver, Josh Pearson. Pearson, your winner from yesterday's heat race, and Pearson, your winner of round 1 back in Homestead last month. Basically what I'm saying is Pearson has been the man to beat so far in 2016. Chris Egger giving those drivers a few last-minute instructions. I've had the opportunity to watch Chris Egger direct quite a few races over the years. And then this New Year's Eve, I had the opportunity to watch Chris Egger perform a wedding. That is right, folks. The man who is telling these drivers to make it through turn 1 cleanly and to respect each other on track and to acknowledge the flags. He was the same man who was uniting 2 lives in holy matrimony on New Year's Eve. Josh Smith, who most of you know from his days here at Max Speed as the U.S. administrator for the Rotax Max Challenge. Josh married longtime girlfriend Sydney Edwards, who has competed in karting herself. Back on New Year's Eve, there were a ton of karters at the wedding, and it was just an awesome ceremony. And, if you're here this weekend, go up and ask Chris what it was like to be a minister. It was a ton of fun, and it just speaks, I think, to the volume of the family aspect that karting possesses. It speaks volumes, honestly. Hey, there's Luke Selican and Christian Brooks. They're walking down to get a good view of this Micro Max race. As this will be our second to last heat race of round number 2. Then we'll move right into heat round number 3, kicking things off all over again. What do you say we meet our Micro Max starting grid? This is how they qualified, and it's how they'll start all of their heats today. Isaac Canto starts in the 31st position with the 11 of Brent Cruz in 30th. Ethan Donkers rolls off in 29th. Jorge Ortiz and Miles Hewitt make up row 14. Rodrigo Sanchez and Ian Attard make up the 13th row. Jesse Carrasquedo starts 24th with Granger Para on the number 51 cart in 23rd. Morcillo Lorenzo in the 21 starts 22nd, and then it's Nikita Johnson on that Fernando Alonso cart starting 21st. Keep an eye on Nikita Johnson. That's all I'm going to say. Alex Papao gets things started inside our top 20 with Pedro Caparelli on the inside of row number 10. Miss Paige Crawford coming all the way from Long Island. She will start 18th. She rallied, picked up a few positions in yesterday's first heat race, so watch Paige as she will be a force to be reckoned with. Jeff Hudlett spinning the wrenches on that cart this weekend, I do believe. Alex Jankowski starts next to Paige in the 9th row. Andres Asmar starts 16th, while Georgie Zawin starts 15th. Engines are fired down on the grid. Let's meet your top 14. Santiago Trisney starts 14th with Diego Cantecha in 13th. I saw him at breakfast this morning. He had a waffle. Emo Fittipaldi in the number 77 starts 12th with Marcelo Panchia in 11th. Our top 10 is kicked off by the number 69 Texan Brandon Tyner with Juan Pablo Cepeda in 9th. Jeremy Fletcher from Team Felon starts this race in the 8th position. He is always a threat when it comes to racing here in Florida. Rafael Camara starts 7th in the number 88. Karsten DeFonts from Connecticut rolls off 6th. Good starting position for that young driver. Crashen Ashton Torgerson, little brother, starts 5th in the 0-2. Josh Pearson, your winner from yesterday, rolls off 4th with James Agozi, who spent time at the front, in 3rd. Your front row is made up of the number 36, Ben Cooper Burrell, Justin Arsenault, and on pole, bringing them down, will be the number 29 of Enzo Schianti. Micromax drivers, we've turned them loose. They're out on track. This is going to be a good race. It's like a angry hornet's nest moving 55 miles an hour around the track here at Ocala Grand Prix. It's like racing through a state park here at Ocala Grand Prix. I'll be honest with you, one of the only tracks that I can think of that even compete when it comes to natural beauty and trees and foliage around the racetrack and the property is Pat's Acres in Canby, Oregon. You are racing through the trees here and pitting through the trees at Ocala Grand Prix. George Ariano and all of his staff playing great hosts to us. We sure appreciate it. Homestead karting in January, Ocala Grand Prix in February, and then we'll head to West Palm Beach to wrap things up next month in March, the Florida Winter Tour. It's a heck of a way to start off each racing season, folks. I'm sure happy you're here racing with us, and if you're not, I wish you were, but I'm happy you're watching the broadcast. There's not much more I can ask. Micromax drivers are gridding up 2 by 2 as they make their way out of the switchbacks. Schianti and Arsenault, your front row, but keep an eye on that kid in the green helmet on the outside of row number 2. Josh Jazz Hands Pearson, man. He picked up the Heat Race 1 win yesterday. He's your round 1 winner from Homestead, and they have got that cart hooked up out of the Rollison Performance Group tent. 31 drivers getting ready to go racing here in Micromax. Chris Egger puts him in the tram lanes. Cam Egger, no. We're going to go around one more time. Hands pop into the air as to let the drivers behind them know, hey, we're not going racing here. And man, just be careful on this second warm-up lap, guys. Oh, they're flying, and that is what makes me the most nervous because it's another warm-up lap. They're not going racing. how tragic would it be for someone to be involved in an incident and not get the green flag of this race on a second attempt? So I just hope the little guys slow it down here, make it around cleanly one more time. We waved off that first attempt. The revs were coming up awful high. I don't think the starting crew here, the officials that are in charge of pulling the trigger when it comes to the starts of these races, I don't think they liked the speed. Remember, we are operating a speed gun here. The officials can see the speed of the field as they come to the start line, and if it's not the number they like, we send them around. So we're going to try it again here. Enzo Schianti and Justin Arsenault bringing them down. The field looks nice and tight. Can they keep it nice and slow? Let's take a look into the tram lanes. He slows them down one more time. Our race director does. Cameron Egger, what do you say? Let's go racing. The field breaks the tram lanes right off the start, and it's going to be Ashton Torgerson trying to move into second place, not able to do it, but Torgerson jumps from fifth up to third. Right off the start, they head through the switchbacks. James Agozi trying to make something happen for the lead. He makes a lot happen. He's your leader coming out of turn number 5. Agozi leads them. Schianti, your pole sitter, in second. Arsenault back to third. Torgerson fourth. Pearson going to work in fifth. Torgerson and Pearson battle. Pearson's through for P4. Enzo Schianti gives Agozi a shot as they head down into the final corner. Lap 1 of 10 in the books. It's just getting good, folks. Schianti pulls to the inside of Agozi as they head to 1. He gets a shot from Arsenault. Schianti was looking, didn't want to commit to the pass, but Arsenault said, go for it, man. I got your back. They stay 1, 2, 3. Agozi out front. Schianti in second. Does anybody take a look in 4? No. They stay single file. Out of turn 4, they head for the hairpin. Turn number 5, through the switchbacks. It's still Agozi, Schianti. What about Pearson? When does he make an attempt? He got around Torgerson that time, last time by in that corner. Arsenault has gotten around Schianti for second. That's good news for James Agozi. The more these drivers battle behind him, the better it is. Or is it, as Arsenault is on his horse and is going to take the lead? Arsenault around on the inside of turn number 1. Agozi back to second. And look out, because here comes your winner from yesterday, Josh Pearson. Up from 5th to 4th, now to 3rd. He runs 3rd in line behind Agozi. Pearson's not going to take long to take a look and make a move. He's made passes in turn 7 before. He's going to try it again to the inside of Agozi. Pearson's there, and he's through. Pearson, the man on the move. He's up to second. How long is he going to take to pick up the lead? One driver around in turn 4. They're going to get to him. Pearson working on the outside. Arsenault defending already. Kevin Glover has spent every hour of his life since Thanksgiving inside his brand new engine dyno located at the final corner of Pat's Acres, and it's paying off because Pearson has got himself a motor and he's out front. Pearson, your new leader. Chris Egger said it sounded like Josh Pearson was shifting gears down the front straightaway yesterday. When that Micromax Rotax hits the power band at the start-finish line, boom, he gets more power than you can even imagine. Down the straightaway, new leader, it's going to be the Pearson. Out in front, Arsenault in second, Schianti in third, and then behind them, it's going to be Rafael Camara. Camara running well. He went purple 2 laps ago, quickest driver on the track. Camara coming from 7th on the grid up to 4th. Schianti trying to stay with Arsenault to make it a fight for second. Camara runs P4. James Agozi, who led this race early, he spent time at the front yesterday. He's now in 5th. Ashton Torgerson 6th. Brandon Tyner 7th. It looks like Ashton's gotten around Agozi. Yes, he has. So it's actually going to be Agozi in 6th. Torgerson up to P5 here. Arsenault starting to hear footsteps, I think, because as they came off that last corner, he swung way down to defend against Schianti, but there was no one there. So Arsenault a little paranoid, I think, right now in the second position. But, hey, it's better to be defensive and not need to be than get past. Meanwhile, speaking of getting past, Rafael Camara does exactly that to Enzo Schianti. Camara around in turn 4 for the 3rd position. So the number 88 on the move here. Pearson went purple last time by a 40.652 the lead, 0.4 of a second. Let's see what it is here as they come down to see 4 laps to go. It's Pearson, Arsenault, Kamara, Scionti. Pearson's lead stays right at about 0.4 of a second. There's the fight for third place. Kamara in the bright green helmet on the, I believe he's on an Esprit chassis. Either an Esprit or an AM. The bright orange frame is what Kamara is piloting. Whatever chassis it is, he's got it hooked up and running very well right now. They're going to run up on lap traffic here. That may be Miles Hewitt, I believe. No, it should be Ethan Donkers in the number 4. Blue flag will be displayed here when we get to the final. That will not be the case. No, that is the 80 of Miles Hewitt. And then what do we got here? Torgerson and Agozi battling still for that should be the 5th position. Agozi runs 6th. And now he's got Tyner right behind him. And behind Tyner, Juan Pablo Cepeda. That's going to be 6th. No, I'm sorry, that's going to be 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And then 9th closing up as well. That lapper doing a good job staying out of the way. Miles Hewitt was involved in an opening lap incident and is just out there logging laps right now. It's better to finish and get the points and help your overall average than to simply pull off and record a DNF. Pearson's going to see the sticks here. 2 to go. Arsenault in 2nd. Kamara 3rd. Torgerson holding off Agozi for the time being. There's a good look at your leader, little Josh Pearson. Man, the kid has just, I know I keep talking about it. And I know everybody but Greg Pearson's going to get sick of it. Probably Greg will get sick of it eventually. But I just can't get over how far Josh has advanced, you know, as a kid, as a driver over the last 12 months, man. The dude is growing up, and it's super fun to see. And I'm just honored, and I'm very grateful to be a part of it. Greg wearing a T-shirt that says Drive Fast. The boy's doing it, I'll tell you that. White flag in the air. Can Pearson go back-to-back jacks in heat race victories? I don't know if Greg Pearson's walking because he knows it's over or he's walking because he's nervous. He shouldn't be nervous. The kid's got it. He's heading back to the pit area. That's where Josh Pearson's going to be heading here as he comes off the final corner. Checkered flag's going to be in the air when he gets to the other side. There's Pearson. And it looks like Scionti's had problems as well as he comes across the finish line now to see his white flag. Didn't see what happened. But what I did see happen is Josh Pearson win this race. Wow. Tell you what, this Micromax field better figure something out because Josh Pearson has got another gear on the back of that go-kart. Arsenault comes home 2nd where he started. Rafael Kamara rallies from 7th to 3rd. Great race for Kamara. He's going to be someone that Pearson may have to worry about later. Torgerson 4th, Agozi 5th. Brandon Tyner out of Texas finishes 6th. Cepeda 7th. Carson DeFonts 8th. Panchia 9th. And Trisney rounds out your top 10. Then it's Jankowski in 11th. Diego Contagia 12th. Georgie Zawin 13th. Emo Fittipaldi and Jeremy Fletcher your top 15. Paige Crawford picking up a few more spots. Good job, Paige. She goes from 18th to 16th. That is a gain, and it may not be a big gain, but every spot she picks up is good as it's going to help her when it gets to that pre-final. Asmar finishes 17th, Johnson 18th, Caparelli 19th, and Papau your top 20. What do we say, Mr. Producer? Do we got any emails? People are watching at home. Let's tell you what they're saying. Hey, surprise, surprise, we got a shout-out for Harry Colton. He's on the grid. Man, this kid gets more shout-outs than I've had hot meals. Harry Colton, sending you lots of luck in your races today, Harry. We love you, and we love to watch your races from over here in the UK. Do what you do best from Caroline, Peter, and JC. Miss Caroline Robson sending a shout-out to Harry Colton. Want to send a shout-out to David Greco, cart number 337 from Mom, Dad, Anthony, and Andrea Greco. Go get him. That's to David Greco from family back home. David competing in Senior Max, getting some love from back home. Big shout out and best wishes for my buddy over in Florida, Harry H. Baum Colton. Nerves of Steel and the Manners of a Gentleman from Gary, Sarah, Darcy, and Jacob. You know what? I completely agree with that. Harry does have nerves of steel, and he's a super polite, calm, young dude. We super appreciate all the kind words, and I agree with you. Great kid. Last couple of shout-outs here. That'll do it. So, folks, we sure appreciate it. Don't forget to email us live at floridawintertour.com. That is the email address, live at floridawintertour.com. It's time for the last heat race of this round, and it is Junior Max. Nicholas D'Orlando and brother Michael D'Orlando on the front row. How cool is that, Mom? The boys are on the front row together. You better bet Cody Schindel is snapping a lot of awesome photos of that. That's just a memory you're going to have for a long time. If that's not the D'Orlando Christmas card come December, I think that's a travesty. The front row at Ocala at the Winter Tour, that's got to be the family Christmas card. Behind them, it's going to be Eduardo Barrichello and his OGP teammate Matias Ramirez in row number 2. Lachlan DiFrancesco and Killian Meyer make up row number 3. And that's Arthur Least and Harry Colton, the man of the people, Harry Colton. Matthew Latifi and Ryan McDermott round out your top 10. Zoe Edenholm and Nick Bruckner start side by side in row 6. Then it's Aiden Keel, Andres de Alba, Dylan Tavella, your top 15. Spencer Mills starts 16th. Dylan DeFonts in 17th. Max Hewitt, Zach Hollingshead, and Jet Nolan, your top 20. And boy, do the D'Orlando brothers have them coming down slow. Someone needs to make sure these engines are fired. I think they may have cut off. Nicholas and Michael are bringing them down at an absolute snail's pace as Chris Egger has plenty of time to get out of the way. Cameron Egger, what do you say? Let's go racing. Wow, Michael D'Orlando jumps down quick, but he's not able to hold on to that top spot inside of row number 2. Nicholas is able to hold on to the lead. It looks like Michael's going to get shuffled back to third as Eduardo Barrichello stood his ground and held on to that second position. They make their way through the switchbacks now. Lap 1 underway. This is Junior Max, brought to you by Kuna USA. Nicholas D'Orlando, little brother, is going to bring him out at turn number 7. As it's going to be Eduardo Barrichello in second. Chris Wheeler, lap 1 in the books.
Here they come down the front straightaway. Nicholas D'Orlando with a 4-card advantage over Barrichello into turn number 1. Then you can cover 3rd, 4th, 5th with a blanket. This time through now in turn 3 to 4 they go. Michael D'Orlando to the bottom. He's through. So Michael's going to take over second. Lachlan DiFrancesco throws it in on Ramirez. Nothing there. He's going to lose a bit of momentum. But Matias Ramirez now to third. So Barrichello. And Barrichello backs off 2 more now. DiFrancesco and Killian Meyer. So Barrichello from 2nd to 6th here in lap number 2 as they head down towards the stripe.
Not a good lap there for Eduardo Barrichello as he just got a bit flustered, I think, when he lost that position and that momentum, as you said, Chris, to Matias Ramirez. And the D'Orlando boys need to be ready now because Matias Ramirez, he is not messing around. Harry Colton, the man of the people, goes purple last time by 38.687. Up front, though, it was Ramirez with a 39.1. The D'Orlando boys, though, awful quick themselves. 38.9 for Michael, 38.8 for Nicholas. With no rabbit to chase, Chris, Nicholas is running pretty great lap times right now.
Nicholas up on the wheel now as they start the next lap into turn number 1. You see him tucked down. And Michael D'Orlando goes purple, 38.344 to Nicholas' 38.5, and Ramirez is 38.4. Now to turn number 4 they come. And you can see it, the gap has closed. Michael D'Orlando all over the back bumper of his little brother Nicholas as they now come through turn number 6.
You know, I think we're going to see what we saw yesterday in that first heat race, Chris, and it's going to be Nicholas out front at the start here, using that pole position to lead the opening laps. But before too long, it's going to be big brother, the veteran Michael D'Orlando, showing Nicholas how we do it here in junior.
Well, here they come down the front straightaway this time. 1 cart length advantage. Michael's going to get a good run. He's just going to shove his brother down into turn number 1. Kind of work together here and see if they cannot continue to build this lead over Matias Ramirez as Michael D'Orlando purple again, 38.1. 2.4 to a 38.167 of Ramirez, 38.176 of DiFrancesco, About a 38.288 to your leader, Nicholas D'Orlando. That time by 0.7 of a second back from the leader is Matias Ramirez in third. But if there's anybody that you cannot count out at any time, that is the 2:58 of Matias Ramirez.
That time by Nicholas D'Orlando laid down his best lap, a 38.157, a little bit quicker than brother Michael D'Orlando has been as they continue to fight up there for the lead. And it looks like Michael has gotten around Nicholas D'Orlando. And he has the 2:51 out in front. If you think you get nervous watching karting, folks, imagine me and Sherry D'Orlando watching her two boys not only race wheel to wheel, but race wheel to wheel for the lead at the Florida Winter Tour. I don't know where she is right now, but she probably doesn't have many fingernails left. She's pacing up and down on the fence, watching her boys. Michael out in front now. Nicholas doing a great job, though, of hanging with Big Brother, and they're just trying to pull away. And it looks like Matias Ramirez is about to get a challenge for third place from Lachlan DiFrancesco on the Bennick.
So here they come off turn number 6. Now to 7. Looks like Ramirez is closing the gap just a little bit here on Nicholas D'Orlando while Michael continues to pull away out in front as they come to the stripe.
I'll tell you what, Chris, Sherry D'Orlando is just a basket of nerves right now. As we're watching her walk around on the fence, she is just pacing. She's got her hands in her pockets, out of her pockets, around her forearms. She's happy right now, but she wants this race to be over. She wants this weekend to be over right now.
I spent a lot of years with the brothers D'Orlando working with them, and I think I know where they got their attention span from. Because while she's pacing and you're talking about her, she's waving to us too.
She can multitask. She can be nervous and she can wave. What a mom.
Meanwhile, back to the racing action down the front straightaway. Top 3 across the stripe. Michael D'Orlando opens the lead now to 0.3 of a second to Nicholas. 7.5 to Ramirez. Ramirez starting to close in a little bit here on actually both of them that lap. He was faster. 37.8, pair of them. Check that. Third, fourth, fifth, all 37.8s. Nicholas in second with a 38.1, a 37.9 for your leader, Michael. So now off the tree corner, one more time, looking at 4 to go at the stripe. Into the showcase corner. And you can see Ramirez just drive in the corner. It carries so much speed. He's able to keep the balance through the center and get one heck of an exit shot as they head down the front straightaway here. That time by 37.9 for the leader, 38.101 for Nicholas, 37.8, 37.8, 37.8. Barrichello goes purple. Top 5 all running their fastest laps of the race. Ramirez is now on the back bumper of Nicholas D'Orlando. Off 6 into 7. Ramirez so good here at Ocala Grand Prix, doing everything he can to get to the back bumper of the 215 and split up this Cooney USA D'Orlando brother party on the front.
Sherry D'Orlando telling Nicholas she needs to go a little bit faster if he's going to stay in front of Matias Ramirez. Ramirez not messing around here as we near the end of our Junior Max Heat race number 2. And this is only heat racing, Chris. We got one more to go after this.
Yeah, so the twin sticks in the air. It was 2 to go at the stripe. My race monitor was not updated, and I apologize. 37.7, 37.7, 37.7 for the top 3 here. That time by.
They are all over each other as they come into the showcase turn. Now out of the final sweeper. White flag's going to fly here, and Sherry's doing jumping jacks on the fence as Michael's out in front, clean and green to the end here. But Nicholas D'Orlando not out of the woods just yet. He's got Matias Ramirez, arguably the driver with possibly the most laps in this field on this track right now. They come through the switchbacks. Out of 4, they head for 5. Michael clean and green to the finish here, but Nicholas D'Orlando, he has to hit his marks here or he will have Matias Ramirez alongside him and he'll have Matias Ramirez out in front of him.
And there it is, Ramirez to the bottom of Nicholas D'Orlando in turn number 7. D'Orlando looking to the bottom in the showcase, nothing there. Matias with a good defensive line, but down to the start finish, Michael D'Orlando thumb in the air. Ramirez makes it exciting at the end with Nicholas. And that is your top three. Then it'll be Eduardo Barrichello and Lachlan DiFrancesco rounding out your top five.
Chris, I could watch this Junior Max racing all day long, but I could also watch Sherry D'Orlando on the fence.
I can't watch this race all day long, Tony Laporta. My blood pressure, it's a different world when you've got to go back, and if there's any issues, and you know you've got to go back and try and help the team get it put back together, it stresses you out.
Yeah, it stresses a few people out, I think. And but luckily the race is over, and you don't need to be stressed out anymore. We are done with heat race number 2. We will be back in just a little bit with round 3 of our heat races. That was a good race. That was fun. So that'll do it for the second round of heats, folks. Michael D'Orlando picks up a very impressive victory. Matias Ramirez gets Nicholas in the final lap for second. So let's take a quick look at our schedule. Heats number 3 begin at 11:09. So that's not long from now. About 5 minutes, we'll be back with our third round of heat races. So don't go far, folks. If you're watching back at home, get yourself something to drink. If you're on the West Coast, get something for breakfast. And we'll be right back. Our third round of heat race is about to begin. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. So welcome back, folks, to live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. There's a live look at your DD2 and DD2 Masters starting grid. Oliver Askew, as they turn them out, will lead them onto the track. As you see a live look of the full bleachers and grandstands here at Ocala Grand Prix, drivers start to throw the back end around, putting a little bit of heat into these Mojo tires. Combined field of DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers, Oliver Askew. He's swept the weekend so far up until this point. Can he keep the ball rolling? We're going to find out. Hey, there's Jake Mota. That guy is awesome. He's got cool hair. Luke Chudley did a great job at the start of this race earlier this morning where he allowed Askew to, either he allowed to or he simply was the victim of Askew nailing the start. But what that did, Askew got such a great start on the green flag of the first heat race today, he was able to pull away from Robert Wickens, who was directly behind Askew on the start. And what that allowed Luke Chudley to do was he saw the hole, he saw the open space, and he just pulled right down in between, keeping him from losing second spot to Wickens, which is something we've seen happen in nearly all of our heat races since we've been here in Ocala, is you get shuffled out at the start. So Chudley did a great job. We'll see if he can do it again. Does anybody have anything for Oliver Askew? My opinion, no. But we'll see how that race for second goes. It's negative. I understand it. But the kid is just unreal fast. So here they come out of the final corner. Chris Egger's going to put him into the tram lanes. And Oliver Askew is going to try to get away cleanly here and nail the start. Our Masters drivers at the back of the grid getting ready for their green flag. We're looking for the start, and we get it. We're off and racing. Chudley not as good this time. Wickens stays right to Oliver's back bumper. Barrichello spins in turn 2. I bet no one has ever had to say those words before. How unlikely is that? Our DD2 Masters drivers get their green flag. Corneo leads them down into turn number 1. But Rubens Barrichello, the back end got away from him on the exit of turn 1, a long left-hander. And when he got to adjust it for turn 2, the cart was already sideways. Lap number 1 in the books here. Here they come, Oliver Askew and Robert Wickens, a country mile ahead of the field here. Wickens was dipping that time at the line, trying to get his head out of the air to cut as much drag as he possibly could for straightaway speed. It's a good idea. But when it comes to keeping up with Oliver Askew, I might suggest adding an extra engine. I can't wait for the emails. The announcer's pro Askew. The announcer's pro Askew. No, I just know who's fast. Robert Wickens is fast this time as he comes out of the final corner. Wow, Wickens had a good run there. He's purple. 37.187. He's all over Ollie's back bumper here. Wickens good on braking heading into turn number 4. And Oliver not making this one as much of a snoozer as he normally does. Behind the battle for the top 2. Let's see what's going on. Marco Signoretti runs by himself in 3rd, and then that's going to be Chudley in 4th. Dev Gore is slicing and dicing with his knees in the breeze. Yeah, Dev Gore just got around Christian Munoz for what should be the 5th position. He's working right now on Luke Chudley for 4th, and Wickens is not going away. He went purple last time by, 36.935. The best part about these two drivers right here, folks, Oliver Askew, Robert Wickens, they've just started to get to know each other, and they're already great friends. Talking to these two guys in Homestead last month, Robert Wickens is one of the nicest guys I think I've ever met, okay? The guy is super cool and super relaxed. He's a DTM driver, essentially the Formula One equivalent of sports car racing is what Robert Wickens does when he's not out here chasing Oliver Askew. And then, of course, Oliver Askew if you've been in karting in the last 7 years, you know Oliver. You know he's one of the nicest kids here in the sport. And to put these two guys together, two of the nicest guys in the pits, but then put the visors down and make them go wheel to wheel, it's awesome. And we didn't get to see the battling in Homestead that we really wanted to, but we may get that chance here in Ocala. Last time by, Askew was purple, 36.7. Wickens a 36.8. The gap 1/10 of a second. And I think now Askew is starting to hit his stride as the tires come up to temperature. 36.4 for Askew, 36.6 for Wickens. He's almost 2 full tenths of a second quicker. You know, I was going to say that Oliver Askew had Robert Wickens on his back bumper, and the only change was his mom, Penny, is here. And yesterday, I don't believe Penny was here. Oliver just checked out on the field, but she doesn't have anything to worry about. She's not bad luck. Oliver's starting to hit his marks now and pull away from Wickens. The gap last time by 4/10 of a second. It grows to a half of a second, 5/10. P1 back to P2. Cam Egger, chief starter here at Max Speed. The guy who waves the flags, shows them halfway, crossed flags, rolled up in a cross-like formation, letting them know 6 down, 6 to go. There goes Corneo, Christoph, Adams, and Schiavo. The DD2 Masters field. Let's check back in on that fight for 4th place that we were watching a little while ago. Askew and Wickens up in front. Then it's Signoretti in 3rd. Chudley, pretty solid right now in 4th. As Christian Munoz has gotten back around Dev Gore. There you see those drivers. There goes 3rd place Signoretti. There's 4th place Chudley. And he better watch out, because he has got Dev Gore and Christian Munoz not too far behind. Munoz is starting to make a move. Munoz all over Chudley's back bumper as they come out of 6th. They head for the right-hander, the tree turn, number 7. Munoz looking to the outside, now to the inside as they head to 9. Chudley's going to defend. Munoz lets him know he's there. They come down to see 5 to go. Munoz just trying to make a move now to the inside in 1. Munoz is there? No. Chudley slams the door on him. Dev Gore has now joined this battle, making it a 3-kart race for 4th. Signoretti running calmly in 3rd. Wickens by himself in 2nd. Askew out in front by a mile in the lead, but it's the 3-kart battle. There you see him heading into the tree turn. Chudley driving defensively all over the track now as he's just trying to keep the competition behind him. And now Munoz needs to start playing a little bit of defense, because here comes Dev Gore. Munoz is going to pull out again in 1. No, he stays in line behind Chudley. Munoz is in the hot seat right now, because if he doesn't make a move on Chudley, he's got Dev Gore right behind him. These are some of the names we saw racing 3 wide, 4 wide in Homestead last month. I'm going to try to remember all the drivers involved. I know Alessandro Bazzotto, Rubens Barrichello, I want to say Christian Munoz, and possibly Luke Chudley were drivers that got 4 wide through the inner loop in Homestead last month. And that was just darn good racing. They run nose to tail right now. The fight for 4th. It's Chudley in the 4th spot. Munoz in P5. Dev Gore in 6th. Barrichello in 7th after an early spin on lap number 1. As these guys are going to sort this out for 4th position. Not much to sort out at the front. Askew's going to come out of the final corner to see the white flag flying. 1 to go here in DD2 Senior. Then it's Wickens in P2. 3rd place a ways back is going to be Marco Signoretti. Oh, that looks like Ethan Simone and Sebastian Herrera getting a little racy. Yep, it's Simone getting around Martin for position. Simone's going to move up to 8th. Martin back a spot to 8th. Up front, Oliver Askew. He's going to put the thing in neutral, get to the line. Wickens in 2nd, but this battle for 4th still raging. Checkered flag flies. Askew gets it done at Ocala, the track he used to call home. Wickens finishes 2nd. Signoretti 3rd. How about the fight for 4th? Can Chudley hold him off? Yes, he does. Luke Chudley brings them home in 4th. Christian Munoz tried like the Dickens, but he ends up 5th. And then Dev Gore in 6th. Look at that cool shot right there on the inside of your monitor, folks. As you see Cam Ager show the checkered flag, carts go screaming by. There goes Christian Corneo, your winner in DD2 Masters. So DD2 is done. Senior Max is coming up next. So the hits just keep on coming here, folks. We're not slowing down, and I hope you don't plan on it either. Senior Max on the track now for their second heat race of the day. Round 3 on the weekend. This is the last race that will count towards the starting position in the pre-final later this afternoon. Let's meet our drivers, starting with 20th on up. David Greco and Sterling Fairman are in row number 10. Nicholas Hornbostel and Justin Oviero are in row number 9. Connor Ford and Diego Dominguez are in row 8, while it's Lane Vicala starting 14th with Luke Selikin in 13th. Matt Solarsik starts 12th and Christian Brooks in 11th. Boy, they're getting ready to already go racing here. Let's give you the rest of the starting grid a little after we get this thing green flagged. They're going to slow down quite a bit here. Garrison and Mazzafaro. Green flag flies. Cam Ager, get out of the way. Mazzafaro on the outside to the lead. Garrison at his elbows up going through turn 1, and that's because he had a visor full of the 314 Gianfranco Mazzafaro. I was looking at Cam Ager, hoping he didn't get hit, but meanwhile, Gianfranco Mazzafaro was walking around the outside. Shades of Ryan Norberg 1 week ago in Senior Rock. It takes 2 to tango, and Mazzafaro did it on the outside. Pole sitter Austin Garrison runs in second. Kirkwood's going to bring him down in third. And that's going to be Trent Estup in fourth. Lap 1 in the books. Garrison is going to try to go back where he belongs to the front, and he does. Garrison to the inside in the opening corner of lap number 2. But all this does is allow Kyle Kirkwood to slowly begin reeling in these top 2 drivers. Garrison back out in front. Mazzafaro in second. There's Kirkwood in third. And it's going to be Trent Estup in fourth. Where's Jordan Lennox? Let's see if our cameras pick him up. We're keeping an eye on those top 4. It's going to be Darren Keene, I believe. Let's see as they come by. Race monitor will recirculate, and I'll give you an accurate depiction of the field. No change in the front 4. It's actually David Malukas out in front of Jordan Lennox in the 5th position. Great run for Malukas. He had bad luck at the start of the second heat race earlier this morning. Now he's running in P5. Your front 4 change a little bit as Kirkwood to the inside. He pushes Mazzafaro wide. As Trent Estep makes it a 3-cart battle. They're bouncing off of each other. Lennox makes a move to the inside of that's Trent Estep. Kirkwood moves Mazzafaro and Lennox out of the way. They are all over each other here on lap number 3. It's a 12-lapper, boys and girls. Garrison now has a massive lead as Kirkwood finally settles down in second place. Wave goodbye to Austin Garrison. The lead lap time at the line, 1.3 seconds. Austin Garrison out in front, Kyle Kirkwood in second, then it's Lennox in third, Mazzafaro fourth, Clayman DeMello rounds out your top 5, and that should be Jordan Sherritt in 6th. David Malukas scored in 7th. Luke Selican up from the 13th spot to 8th. Can he crack the top 5? Coming off of a podium at the Grand Finals last year. Garrison, does his lead shrink or grow here? 1.3 seconds last time by. Let's see what it is here. Does Kirkwood have anything for him? A little bit. 1.2 seconds. The gap from 1 back to 2nd. Kirkwood goes purple. 37.623. As they'll see 7 to go at the line. Kirkwood has got some serious wood to chop here if he wants to catch up to his teammate Austin Garrison. And Garrison, man, he's just doing what he had to do. He got out in front, put his head down, and drove away. It was Kirkwood, Mazzafaro, Jordan Lennox, and Trent Estep who got racy. They were the ones who bumped into each other, started sliding wide. And Garrison, man, he just put his head down and drove away like they teach you here at OGP school. Lane Vicala is almost completely out of his seat and hunched over his steering wheel as they go down the start-finish line. Chris Egger high above the track here on his trusty ladder. He's got to be a solid 8 feet in the air. Keeping eyes on everything here. There we see David Malukas and Jordan Sherritt battling for what should be 6th spot. DeMello comfortably in the 5th position. 6 to go at the line. They've reached the halfway point. Green and white flag rolled up, letting them know 6 down, 6 to go. Kirkwood cuts the lead again on Garrison, but it's still over a full second. It's Lennox now, the Burrell driver, who goes purple from PSL Karting. 37.268. Lennox, your quickest driver on the track. Let's look at the top 10. Mazzafaro in 4th. DeMello 5th. Malukas 6th on the comp cart. Sherritt and Estep run 7th and 8th. Brooks takes the CRG to 9th. Holden rounds out your top 10 from Kuna USA. All over the track here. Great battles. Rollison Performance Group bringing you our senior max action. We got one driver off in the ditch between turns 6 and 8. He's got a shiny helmet, and he's just staying in the cart. He's going to think about life and what led him to that ditch. Up front, Garrison's lead continues to shrink 0.8 of a second, but with 4 to go at the line, the question is, does Kirkwood have enough laps to reel in Austin Garrison? Let's take a look here at 4 to go. The lead's going to go from 0.8 of a second down to 0.7 of a second. Kirkwood goes purple. He's good for about 1/10 every lap here, but with 4 to go, he's going to need more than that. If he continues at the pace he's at, he'll finish about 2.5 of a second behind Austin Garrison. That's barring any mistakes from Austin, which I don't think you're going to see. But I also don't think you're going to see anything but very fast laps out of Kyle Kirkwood. Into the bowl one more time. 3 to go at the line. The lead's going to go from 0.7 of a second to what, Mr. Race Monitor? 0.5 of a second. That time, he was good for nearly 0.2. He's got 2.5 laps to go here. He'd have to be about 1.5. Well, he'd have to be over 0.2 of a second a lap here to catch Garrison, and that's just catching him, folks. As they say in Days of Thunder, catching them's one thing, passing them is another. Down the back straightaway, into the final corner, the bowl section. They'll see the sticks when they get there. What is the lead going to be here? It should be less than 0.5. Kirkwood from Garrison, 0.4, but it's Lennox who goes purple. That doesn't matter. We're not concerned about Jordan. He's in third. Not much change is going to happen there. One driver sitting in turn 4. That's going to play a big role in this race as the leaders are about to be on him. Garrison slides wide in 4. Lennox is there. Lennox is through. Garrison makes a mental mistake in turn 4 and gives the race away to Kyle Kirkwood. Oh, man. I was hoping to see a battle as Lennox closes up on Garrison too. Could Garrison have issues possibly? White flag flies, and Kyle Kirkwood is your new leader for the first time this race. He's going to be perfect in heats when it's all said and done. Have no idea what happened to Austin Garrison right there in that corner 1 lap ago. He must have just slid wide, making a mental error. Possibly saw that cart sitting in the middle of the track. Not sure what happened, honestly. I won't speculate. What I will tell you is that Kyle Kirkwood is going to bring him out of the final corner to see the checkered flag waving. 3 for 3. Kirkwood sweeps him here in Ocala. Garrison ends up second. Lennox third. Then it's going to be Mazafaro in fourth. And then it's a big old cluster of carts. Malukas rounds out your top 5. DeMello sixth. Estep seventh. Darren Keene, Christian Brooks, and Jordan Sherritt are your top 10. Zach Holden rounds out the top 11. Luke Selican gets another spot to finish 12th. Matt Solarczyk 13th. Connor Ford and Lane Vicala are your top 15. Jesse Krill finishes 16th. Nick Hornbostel 17th. Justin Oviero 18th. Dominguez and Diaz your top 20. So that will do it for Senior Max. Our next race up will be Mini Max. And folks, have I told you that Josh Pearson is super fast? And prior to what I said earlier, it's not because of a Kevin Glover built engine. He's racing with black power, black engines, powering Josh Pearson to the victory in Micromax. I had Chris Black hovering over me for the last 12 laps, making sure I knew that. Don't worry, Blake Choker is representing you well. Chris Black, he builds a heck of an engine. Kevin Glover does too. We don't want to knock him, but Chris Black builds a really good one too. And that's why Josh Pearson has run so well in these heat races up until this point. So we got a few carts to pick up, folks, and then we'll be back with Minimax Racing. Don't go anywhere. How about shout-outs? We got any of those? Let's see if people are watching. Doesn't look like it. We got one, maybe. We got a thank you for the shout-out here, it looks like, from Gary. Thanks for the shout-out. It was great. Hey, well, thanks for watching the race. We really appreciate it. So don't go anywhere, folks. I'm going to grab a water. Hopefully Chris Wheeler will find his way into the booth. People have been asking for him, and we will go Minimax Racing when we get back.
no when it's a no.
So now on track, it is our third race of heat, round number 3. Nate Grindle is in the stands, folks. Nate Grindle, the one and only, and he's sitting next to Penny Askew. Wow. You see all kinds of famous people here at Ocala Grand Prix. And Matias Ramirez. He looks like he's eating an apple. What cool glasses. All right, I should quit talking about the people in the stands and talk about what's going on track. It is Mini Racks, heat number 3. Tyler Gonzalez, Fernando Barrichello, and Jeremy Fairbairn. Oh, man, do we have Morgan Healy in the middle of the track? Oh, my God. She's going to put him in the tram lanes. Folks, get your camera phones out. This is fantastic. Chris Egger has apparently gotten tired this morning already, which is not a surprise. And she's going to leave her sandals in the middle of the track, I bet, when she takes off running. This is not good. Tyler Gonzalez and Fernando Barrichello are your front row. I hope they don't hit her. Look at the authority she points them into the tram lanes with, and she doesn't spend much time at all on track. We're waiting for a green flag here. No. Oh, man. All that buildup and nothing. They don't even get the green. They go around another time. I'm terrified right now just watching this. I've done a lot of dumb stuff, but I'm worried for Morgan's safety. Tyler Gonzalez and Fernando Barrichello are your front row, and then Jeremy Fairbairn locks up that top 3 of the sweep in qualifying for the OGP guys. Montoya will start 4th, and then Jack Crawford starts 5th with Cody Crucker in 6th. Matias Morgado and Austin Torgerson start in row 4, while Noel Leon and Jade Hubert round out your top 10. So the field makes their way out of the dog leg, down the back straightaway once again, and now we have Chris Egger back in the middle of the track to help put our drivers into their tram lanes. The tram lanes I'm always talking about, folks, are those 2 sets of painted lanes that the drivers file into. Those drivers are required to stay within those lanes until the green flag flies. Failure to stay inside those lanes will result in a penalty for basically an unfair start is the idea. It's to keep everybody lined up 2 by 2, single file, until the race has begun, which was signified by the green flag. So we're going to try it again here. Green flag's in the air, and you know what that means? We're racing. Tyler Gonzalez gets through turn 1 cleanly. Eduardo Barrichello not as lucky as he loses that second spot to Jeremy Fairbairn down on the inside of the opening corner. Fairbairn's going to take a look on Gonzalez for the lead in 4. Not able to get it done. Couple carts get together on the entry into 3. Gonzalez brings them out of the switchbacks. Fairbairn in 2nd. And then Jack Crawford racing with the Karting Community United paint scheme on the cart this weekend. It's really a sticker kit. We don't paint the bodywork. He's in 3rd. Lap 1 in the books. 9 to go. Gonzalez takes a look over his shoulder, sees Fairbairn about 4 cart lengths, maybe 5 back. And then Jack Crawford runs 3rd. Are we picking up Matias Morgado's transponder? I'm not sure. We'll see when they come back around to complete the first flyer of the laps. A couple carts got together in turn 3. They are part of the lap traffic that our leaders may be able to get to before this one is over. Austin Torgerson trying to do a little bit of work here to crack into the top 5 as they come through the infield. As they come through the bowl section of the track. Show me Matias Morgado. I'm not. There we go. Matias Morgado does come across the line, so his transponder is working. And is that Yuvan Sundramurthy? Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Yuvan Sundramurthy, one of the drivers involved, as well as Dale Curran and Cody Crucker. Oh, man, you hate that. 3 kids that really could have made something happen in this race, involved in a lap 1, turn 3 incident. Austin Torgerson is trying to find his way around Sebastian Montoya for 5th place right now. Here they come. Montoya in the 158. Sebastian wants to make a move on Noel Leon for 4th. Montoya rocking the replica, not the replica, the identical paint scheme to Dad Juan's helmet that Juan wears at the IndyCar series. That's really cool. I noticed that. Sebastian is always wearing a just smaller version of his dad's helmet. And Juan, with the new helmet paint scheme, Sebastian upped and got the same. So it's really cool, man. What's cooler than that? I mean, your dad's a professional race car driver. You're in karting, making your way up the ladder. Why not, wear the same helmet as your dad? That's really cool. I think that's special that Sebastian does that. And I think it's awesome that Juan is here at all these races supporting his son when his IndyCar schedule allows. That's just special. Sebastian running in the 5th position right now, but Austin Torgerson trying to find his way into the spot. It's going to be, it's going to be 4th, 5th, and 6th, a log jam. 4th is going to be Leon, 5th Montoya, 6th Torgerson. And is that Jade Hubert in 7th? Yes, it is, the PK Sports driver. Torgerson is just shoving Montoya. Torgerson has really good mid-range power right now as you see that pack fly down the front straightaway. What I mean is Torgerson is able to pull out of the corners, catch up to Montoya, and then by the time they get to the end of the straightaway, he's able to, boom, give Montoya a good shot in the back. But the bottom end power, I would imagine, needs a little bit more if he's going to try and battle. And right as we talk about it, Jade Hubert shoehorns Torgerson out of the way and brings Duke Medjan along for the ride. So Torgerson goes from racing to try to crack the top 5 to now barely hanging on to a top 10. There's Jeremy Fairbairn running in the 2nd position as Morgan Healy skips back to the scoring booth. Jade Hubert making a good pass on Austin Torgerson last lap through the switchbacks right where you see him now. Jade got to the inside of Torgerson, who was preoccupied trying to figure out his way around Sebastian Montoya. Now Jade Hubert's going to take her shot at the little Montoya. She takes a look to the inside in 7, and wow, power move by Jade Hubert. Folks, Hubert not messing around. Torgerson is going to shove Duke Medjan by Montoya. They're wheel-to-wheel through the sweeper. And Montoya does the smart thing, doesn't try to hang with them on exit. He would have ran out of track. Jade Hubert, the girl on the move right now. Where did she start this race? 10th position, and she's up there trying to crack the top 3. Let's take a look as they come by. Gonzalez is going to be your leader. He just went purple, 38 with a 9 on the back. And now Duke Medjan is going to contest Montoya again. Montoya trying to battle back as they come to complete another lap. 2 to go when Gonzalez gets there. There we go. He sees the sticks. There goes Fairbairn and Crawford. And then Noel Leon and Jade Hubert is up inside the top 5 after starting this race in the 10th position. Good day at the office for Jade. We talked about Harry Colton. He's been getting a lot of shout-outs. One fan wrote in, someone I'm sure of the Colton family, wrote in and said, nerves of steel, real gentleman manners. Well, you know what? Jade Hubert is a lot the same way. She's in a super competitive field. She's very calm. She's very collected. But, man, is she polite. She's fun to talk to. She'll approach me, anybody, and talk to you, tell you about how her day's going, talk to you about the track, talk to you about her kart. Jade Hubert, always fun to have her competing. It's good to see her running so well also. White flag in the air here. 1 lap remaining of this 10-lap heat race. And Tyler Gonzalez, man, the kid is just smooth. He's just trying to get this thing back to the finish line. Yuvan Sundramurthy is going to be right in front of him. He'll see the white flag. Gonzalez will see the checkered flag. OGP continues to stand on the throats of their competition here at home. Out of the final corner, Gonzalez, your winner. I believe actually it was Cody Crucker who may have been the last driver. Yeah, it was Crucker, the last driver in front of Gonzalez. And it's unfortunate Crucker involved in an early incident. But what's kind of interesting is you got Cody Crucker, OGP driver, Tony Kart graphics, OGP suit, white helmet, and then your winner, Tyler Gonzalez, literally the exact same outfit. They dressed the same. And that's so awkward when you show up to work with the same outfit as one of your coworkers. Tyler Gonzalez doesn't mind, though. He's your winner in heat race number 3. Jeremy Fairbairn comes home second. Jack Crawford third. Noel Leon fourth. And Jade Hubert picking up 5 spots to go from 10th to 5th. Duke Medjan ends up 6th after starting this race 11th, so he's another 5-spot gain. Sebastian Montoya 7th. Austin Torgerson 8th. Maysol 9th. And Caleb Bacon. Man, I love that name. Finishes in 10th. Elio Giovanni 11th. Chloe Chambers 12th. Cash Tyner comes home 13th. Fernando Barrichello 14th after starting 2nd. So they're going to have some work to do on the number 141. That'll do it for Mini Max Racing. Masters Max coming up next.
The 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
The Mazda Road.
So we're getting ready for our Masters Max heat race. Number 3, Christoph Adams and Michelle Boysa. Scott Roberts starts third. He scored the victory in the heat race this morning. Pete Frisky starting alongside him, as it's going to be a 12-lapper for our most seasoned of drivers here at the Florida Winter Tour. 2x2, green flag in the air. Let's go racing down into the opening corner. Christoph Adams does a much better on the start this time by, as he's able to keep Scott Roberts behind him. Aboiza loses ground again, unfortunately. He's going to be all the way behind Tucker in the 4th spot. Roberts is going to go to work. It was on the first corner, lap 2, in the second heat race earlier this morning, that Roberts threw his Tony Kart down to the inside of Christoph Adams and picked up the lead and drove away. Nick Tucker and Michelle Aboiza fighting for that 3rd spot. Let's see, does history repeat itself here? Lap 1 in the books. Scott Roberts not close enough this time by to make an attempt for the lead on Christoph Adams. But don't think he's not going to get closer as this race goes on. Aboiza in 3rd, Tucker in 4th, and then Pete Frisky in 5th. Bobby Green runs 6th. They've gotten that exhaust pipe fixed up. It's not making such weird noises. I'm no mechanic, but I certainly don't think the carts should be making the noise that Bobby's was making in that first heat race this morning. Oh, Frischke runs wide on the exit of 7, gets into the dirt, and he's going to lose 2 spots. Maybe 3. I'm not sure if he was behind or in front of Tucker when that happened. No, he was behind Tucker. Loses 5th to Bobby Green and 6th to John Robichaux. So Frischke making a bit of a mental error, sliding wide on the exit of turn number 7. And that's odd. We've seen that corner jump out and bite people. That's about the 3rd time today that I've seen a kart run wide on the exit of 7 and thusly lose positions over it. So someone must have put down a little bit of butter or banana peel or something down there in 7 because we didn't see that yesterday, and I don't remember seeing it personally in Rock Cup last weekend at all. So drivers, this is your warning. Be careful. Turn 7 looks tricky this weekend. Boyza doing what he does most of the time, and that's lay down the fastest lap on the track, 38.290 for the off-pole starter. Man, I feel like I say that all the time. He was super fast in Homestead. I think, yeah, he won the $100. Motorsport.com hands out $100 cash to the driver with the fast, not winning the race. Boyza did lay down the quickest lap. The guy is always fast, man, no matter where we go or what race it is, he always finds speed. Christoph Adams doing a great job at staying out in front of Scott Roberts, and in fact, Roberts has lost so much ground that now he's battling just to stay inside second position with Boyza as they come out of the switchbacks, down the back straightaway into the showcase. Boyza is there, and watch out, because Nick Tucker is lurking. The North Carolina driver making his Rotax debut last month in Homestead with Rollison Performance. Tucker working directly with Mike Rollison, the owner at RPG, and I'll tell you what, I think he's real happy with the experience he's getting over there. Up front, Boyza has gotten around Scott Roberts. Roberts now back to 3rd. No, I'm wrong. That's Roberts still in second position. Boyza in 3rd. But Boyza is getting closer and closer each lap. We're going to come down here to see 6 to go. We've reached the halfway point. Christoph Adams and the team have done a good job at finding the speed in that kart that was not there in heat race number 2 this morning. Because, like I said, he lost the lead down to Scott Roberts in turn 1 on lap number 2 earlier this morning. And he's done a great job at making sure that he stays out in front. Roberts and Boyza wheel-to-wheel in 6. Who's going to get it? Boyza takes over second spot. So Roberts falters now back to the 3rd position. Boyza is going to set his sights on Adams. 5 laps to go here in Masters Max. This awkward moment of silence brought to you by your local library. So that awkward moment of silence in the middle of this race brought to you by your local Ocala library. Not much change up at the front. Christoph Adams trying to pull away from Michelle Boyza. Obviously easier said than done. Boyza last time by was a 38.273. Adams a 38.22. So he's a little bit quicker. And Scott Roberts laid down his personal best lap of the race, a 38.263. Now he goes purple, a 38.101. Roberts doing a great job at managing his machine over a long 12-lap heat race. In the grand scheme of things, 12 laps, obviously not that long of a race, especially when we get to our 30-lap main event tomorrow afternoon. Can you wait for Masters Max Racing 30 laps tomorrow? I can't. They're going to be seeing the sticks here this time by 2 to go. and it's been pretty calm throughout this entire Masters Max race. Aboiza picks up the pace now as Roberts began to close in on him. Aboiza goes purple, 38 flat. Adams a 38-1. Roberts a 38-2. Tucker a 38-3. And that is unfortunately a big reason that this race is not a lot closer. The lap times are pretty spread out right now. Yeah, it's a tenth of a second here, tenth of a second there, and that may not sound like much to the untrained ear, but man, when you're looking at speeds of 70, 75, 80 mile an hour on a track this short, tenths of a second are huge. As the white flag flies, you see the gap from P1 back to P2. 38-1 for Adams, 38-1 for Aboiza, 38 flat for Roberts. Those are much closer lap times. Had they been doing these all race, we might see a little bit of a different scenario playing out right now. I think you'd see those top three closer, more closely grouped together. But you know what? Adams just pounded out lap after lap after lap, solid circuit. And because of that, he's been able to drive away, and he doesn't have anything to worry about here. Aboiza's been quick all day, but he's going to have to save it for the pre-final. Coming out of the final corner, see the checkered flag waving. Adams rebounds well. He's your winner in Masters Max. Aboiza kind of pumps the fist in a little bit of disappointment, like he knew he had something for him. He comes home second, and then third will be Scott Roberts. Nick Tucker comes home fourth. Robichaux fifth. Frischke ends up sixth after dropping a wheel. Roberts in seventh. DeLuca eighth. Bobby Green only completes 5 laps and finishes ninth. So Masters Max in the book. Micro Max is coming up next, and then we will be done with our heat races as soon as we get done with Junior Max. So grids will begin to be formulated for Masters Max, DD2, Senior Max, and Mini Max. They're going to build the grids for that pre-final. And then how they run in that pre-final is how they will start tomorrow afternoon's final. Here's a live look at the starting grid. Micromax drivers set to go. Can the black racing engines powered number 14 of Josh Pearson stay perfect? We're going to find out.
I get home from work on Saturday morning about 4 to 5 a.m.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
So we're getting ready for our second to last heat race of the day here. It is Micro Max, the little guys, our youngest drivers getting ready to go. Folks, get somewhere you can watch this race because it's going to be a good one. Enzo Schianti and Justin Arsenault up front. James Agozi in third, but it's the kid in fourth that they've all been trying to keep up with. Josh Jazz Hands Pearson. The field comes into the tram lanes. Revs start to come up. Green flag flies, and it's about to go down. Justin Arsenault does his best to hold on to that second spot, but he's going to get shuffled out. Whoa, one driver goes over in two. Unfortunately, we had a few karts get together, and we've had one flip over in turn number 2, the chicane. We are still under a racing condition. No, red flags now fly. Red flags are displayed around the circuit as a few drivers, I'd say about mid on back, were involved in an incident that sent drivers over the curbing on the exit of turn number 2, causing one driver to flip. Karts are going to come to a stop on the inside of the back straightaway. Officials are going to go to work. Safety teams are already over, attending to that driver. Looking from my vantage point right now, they're going to send the field over to the front straightaway to park them. Max Speed track staff already over, attending to the drivers involved in that incident. So we're going to, of course, wait and make sure that we know what's going on before we tell you guys anything. All I can tell you is the green flag flew, and they took off through turn 1. The front third made it through cleanly, but it was some of those drivers in the back that got a little squirrely. One driver slid, another driver went wide to avoid. I couldn't tell you numbers even if I wanted to. And you hit the curbing on the entry into turn 2 over there, and one kart just got up in the air. You see drivers now coming to the stop in the tram lanes. They're going to go to a full restart here. That was less than 3 corners of a race even completed. We will regrid here once we find out exactly what is going on and who is able to continue. This is Micro Max Heat Race number 3. We're under a red flag for a flip in turn number 2. Like I said, Max Speed track staff already over there. Ocala Grand Prix safety teams are on the scene now. Everything looks to be taken care of quickly over there. Obviously, not much information to give you guys right now. I'm not even going to speculate. And in fact, I'm just going to step aside as information comes in over the radio. I will get it back to you guys, but right now we're going to step aside. Red flag condition here in Micro Max Heat Race number 3. You just tell me what's going on, Shelby. Okay. So we're starting to move our drivers around a little bit here, and we're going to go to work on reshuffling the grid. Driver involved in that flip, it sounds like, was cart number 15. That driver is okay, up, walking, talking to the officials. The ambulance you see over there is simply a precaution, but we do need the parents of driver of cart number 15 to please report to the head of the grid. As we discussed in the drivers meeting, Chris Egger needs the parents of drivers involved in incidences to please meet him at the head of the grid underneath the OGP awning. From there, Chris and the track staff will take care of you. But again, we need parents of driver number 15 to please report to the front of the grid. The important thing is that driver is okay. The ambulance is simply a precaution. So again, we're under a red flag condition. Drivers are gridded up, and we will go to a full restart for our Micro Max race here shortly. So as we go to work on putting our drivers back in their original starting positions, Micromax under a red flag here. If you're just tuning in, we appreciate it. Wreck, turn 1, cart flipped over. Driver number 15 is okay. That's the most important part. The ambulance, as I said, is just a precaution. We got a shout out here to the man of the people, Harry Colton. Good luck, Harry. Keep up the good work from Caroline, Peter, and JC. I think I've said Caroline, Peter, and JC's names more in 2016 than I have said like anybody else's names. They're always watching. They're always cheering, and I sure appreciate it. Also a shout out to all the fine and beautiful people from our host hotel, the Howard Johnson, who are tuning in and watching right now. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate it. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels. Enzo Schianti and Justin Arsenault will be your front row once again. Only drivers you won't see in their original starting positions are the drivers involved in that wreck that caused the red flag. And I think the only driver who will not be able to continue should be the driver who flipped over cart number 15, which I believe is Pedro Caparelli. Other than that, you're going to see everybody line up the same way they did as they qualified. Full restart. So it's going to be Schianti and Arsenault on the front row, Agozi and Pearson in row number 2, Torgerson and DeFonts in row number 3, Kamara and Fletcher in row 4, and then Cepeda and Tyner in row number 5, completing your top 10. Marcelo Panchia and Emo Fittipaldi start 11th and 12th. Diego Contecha and Trisney will be 13th and 14th. Georgi Zawin and Andres Asmar start 15th and 16th. Alex Jankowski and Paige Crawford start 17th, 18th. And then rounding out your top 20, like I said, it will not be Pedro Caparelli, who would have started on the inside of row number 10, and Alex Papau in the 20th position. So they're almost done briefing these drivers on the restart procedures here. You're going to see the people involved down there are, with his back to the camera, hat on, radio headset, Chris Egger, your national race director, Taylor Jocelyn, one of the assistant race directors this weekend, Cameron Egger, with the hat on, bending over, talking to your pole sitter. He's our chief starter. Madeline Egger is making her way to the back of the grid. She is our grid stewardess here this weekend. And then just leaving the camera angle was Miss Morgan Healy, who we're just going to call her a floater, jack of all trades. Red flag still being displayed here in Micromax. Should be going back to green flag racing here momentarily. Don't forget, folks, if you're watching the live broadcast, we sure appreciate it. Send us an email at live@floridawintertour.com so we can talk about you, what you're doing this Saturday, your plans, what's going on tonight. I'm going to try to get to Bubba, to be honest with you, to watch USAC's last night here in Ocala. Bubba USAC racing last night and a little bit more tonight. That's where I will be, hopefully, as we continue to clean up this mess. Red flags still being displayed. When we come back, we will be racing.
The 2016 Sofina Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels, in partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to Coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
So, as promised, folks, we are back and we are getting ready to go racing here. Long red flag delay, but that's just prolonging the pleasure. That's just teasing you a little bit. We got a great race lined up, ready to go here. Trouble for the 23 parked in the middle of turn 2. As we're having problems on this second attempt here to start. I'm trying to figure out, that's Georgie Zawin, the 23, who was parked in the middle of turn 2. I'm not sure what's going on there. They were just splitting him left and right. Man, I just want to get this race started, to be honest with you. Enzo Schianti and Justin Arsenault. One more time. We're going to try it with those drivers as our front row. In all fairness, they did a great job bringing them down for the green flag last time by. It was just an incident in the back half of the field that unfortunately is forcing us to give it another go. Arsenault knows that right behind him, he's got the biggest threat in the field, Josh Pearson. And that is what all these drivers are going to do. They're going to have to try to keep Pearson behind him. Green flag in the air. Drivers from the top side dart down to the low side. Schianti does a good job, and so does James Agozi. Pearson's going to get shuffled back, it looks like, to 6th. 1, 2, 3, yeah, probably 6th is where he's going to end up when this opening series of corners is all said and done. Shuffling forward position all the way around the track. It's the opening lap. Talk about feeling each other out, sizing up the competition, getting a feel for the race. Pearson makes a move on Kamara. That's going to be for 5th. Torgerson's going to lose 3rd. It looks like to Justin Arsenault. Agozi runs 2nd. Schianti in your lead. Agozi wants to take a look to the inside in 9, and he's through. James Agozi picks up the lead. Schianti, though, your pole sitter, doesn't like that. Agozi does a good job of working down to the low side to defend. Torgerson runs third. Arsenault fourth. Pearson, your top five. Kamara back in sixth. The number 88, DeFonce, Tyner, Fletcher, Fittipaldi. Your top 10. Agozi, he has spent time in the lead in all three of our heat races now with leading this lap. He hasn't been able to bring home the win yet. One of those big reasons, Josh Pearson. If we could see an Agozi-Pearson fight, I think that'd be a race worth the price of admission. Coming down to complete lap number 2, there you see your leaders, Enzo and Schianti. Agozi out in front. Schianti's going to come down to the inside as they head to 1. Agozi not able to defend, and Schianti gets him well before turn-in. So Enzo Schianti, your pole sitter, does a good job, but James Agozi not going anywhere. The littlest driver out in this field, man, James Agozi. The kid is awesome. Austin Torgerson and Justin Arsenault continue to go blow for blow. Pearson kind of mired back there right now. He's being held up by Arsenault and Torgerson as they come into the bowl section. Did Pearson get Torgerson there? Let's see as they come down the straightaway. No, not yet. Torgerson's still out in front of Pearson, but he's going to continue to try him. Yeah, I'll tell you what, this could be a different race. If Pearson's not able to get around and up into the top 2 early, he may have a different kind of race. Now he goes to work on Torgerson in 4th. Pearson around for 4th place. He'll set his sights on the next driver in front of him. That's going to be Canadian Justin Arsenault. Arsenault brings him through turn number 7 over the dogleg. Enzo Schianti out in front. Agozi 2nd. Arsenault. Now Pearson to the inside in 9. No. Arsenault holds on to 3rd spot. Pearson has the engine, though. We know that. Chris Black built it. He sure is proud of it. He should be. It's a great little engine. Josh Pearson goes purple that time by. He's all over Arsenault's back bumper. If Arsenault doesn't pass Agozi, Pearson's going to do it for him. These are the youngest drivers we have racing here at the Florida Winter Tour. Homestead last month, we saw Pearson survive an epic last lap battle to score the win. We're in Ocala this month. Next month, we'll wrap things up in West Palm. Pearson now tries Arsenault in turn 9. Much easier this time. Arsenault trying to hang with him. Not much to it. Pearson to 3rd. And wow, Pearson keeps on digging for 2nd place. He's got it. Agozi can only wave as Josh goes by. Schianti, the last driver left on Pearson's hit list. 4 to go when they get to the stripe. Halfway. Schianti can hear the Jaws theme music playing as Josh Pearson is reeling him in. Out of 6, they head for 7. The right-hander over the tree turn. They'll hit the dogleg. Does Pearson have enough speed? Yes, he does. Side by side into 9. Pearson's got him. Pearson is your new leader. Wow. I mean, that cart is just flying right now. Pearson doing a good job piloting it and pointing in the right direction. But, man, I think at certain points the kid is just holding on for the ride. Enzo Schianti, your pole sitter, runs 2nd. Agozi just lost 3rd in turn number 5 to Justin Arsenault. That's how they run in the top 4. Farther down, it's going to be Torgerson in 5th. Tyner 6th. Kamara running in 7th. DeFonce 8th. Fletcher 9th. And then Panchia, your top 10. Paige Crawford makes a pass for position, it looks like, heading into turn number 9. DeFonce is going to go on the inside of Kamara. Down in 1. He's through. That's going to be a fight for 6th spot. So move Carson DeFonce up a position. Shuffling for position going on all the way around the track here, as we could just give you a wide view and you'd probably see half the passes that are going on. Let's see, that's going to be Ashton Torgerson running in the 5th position. We just saw him go by. There's Pearson through 9. Schianti, Arsenault have traded positions. Arsenault now up to P2. He's going to come down to defend on Schianti. Agozi runs 4th, and then 5th is Torgerson. Kamara 6th, continuing to battle with Karsten DeFonce, though. Pearson's lead last time by 0.8 of a second. He went purple. Quickest driver on the track, 40.520. He comes out of the final corner to see the white flag flying. 1 lap to go. Josh Pearson trying to go 3-4-3 in heat race victories here at Ocala. Talked about Paige Crawford a little while ago. She must have gotten shuffled back on the start because she's been passing Kurtz, but she's only in the 17th position. And again, you know what? I mean, you want to run up front. You want to be in the top 10. You want to be in the top 5. But I got to give Paige credit. Every race, she's advanced out of the 18th position she started in, and that's good. All right, yeah, she's not up there racing for the win, but she's gaining spots, and she's improving every session out, and that's going to be big when we get to the final tomorrow. In and out of the final corner, checkered flag number 3 for Josh Pearson. The kid is rolling. They all fan out and fight to get the most positions they can here at the line. Arsenault is going to end up with a solid second-place finish where he started this race. Enzo Schianti, your pole sitter, finishes 3rd. James Zagosi has led in all 3 of our heat races, but settles for 4th place, and Ashton Torgerson rounds out the top 5. Rafael Camara comes home 6th after a good battle with Connecticut's Karsten DeFonts. Brandon Tyner comes home 8th. Jeremy Fletcher 9th, and Panchia comes home 10th. Emo Fittipaldi finishes 11th. Diego Contecha 12th. Jankowski 13th. Tristany and Cepeda are your top 15. Asmar 16th. Paige Crawford finishes 17th. Nikita Johnson, Lorenzo, and Para are your top 20 here in Micromax. One more race to go, and then it is lunch, and I can't tell you how happy that makes me. So again, a big thanks to all of our viewers. We got a few shout-outs coming here. Again, a big thanks to the lovely people at the Howard Johnson who are tuning in and spending some of their Saturday with us. Thank you so much. A couple shout-outs here on the email, live at FloridaWinterTour.com. Let's tell you about them. Good luck to Karsten and Dylan DeFonts. I'm rooting for you. I'll be watching today and tomorrow. That's from Johnny Lewis. Shout-out to the DeFontses. Couple of the Northeast drivers. Janelle Pearson, Josh's mom, probably a late shout out, but she says good luck to all the RPG drivers. I'm looking at you, Luke Selikin and Josh Pearson. You are a great team. So Janelle putting the pressure on the boys from back home. How about a shout out to Aiden Keel? Go Aiden, Grandma and Randy. Watching Aiden Keel, giving him some love, one of the Anderson Racing drivers. Few more shout outs to go here. Tony, wanted to tell you thanks for all the great coverage. Wish we could see you and Chris Wheeler on the camera because you're such good looking studs. I don't know about that. Your favorite dirty track friends in Missouri. U.S. Open of Dirt. That's awesome. We sure appreciate that. I don't think that individual knows what Chris Wheeler and I look like. Oh, that's not funny. All right. We got any more shout-outs? Frank Jankowski. Go Alex Jankowski. Number 84 Micromax. Hope all is okay. Involved in the accident on the start. That's from your big cousin, Frank. All right. Well, big thanks to the U.S. Open of Dirt for giving us a shout-out. That person clearly has no idea what they're talking about in the slightest. We're getting ready for our last race of the morning. It is Junior Max. We'll be back when they head out for their green flag.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to Ocala, Florida. Heat race action coming up. Pretty pumped, Tony Laporta, to be here in the booth with you. So we got Junior Max, Heat 2, Heat 3. Heat 3?
Heat 3.
Okay. Second of the day. Sorry.
Numbers get me all the time, man.
They do. So let's take a look at the field. Starting in the 30th position, Tomas and Brennan. 29th, Marc-Antoine Poirier. 28th, Emma Delartre. 27th, George Stojakovic. 26th, Amon Lowe. 25th, Nathan Ratton. 24th, Stephen Malozzi. And 23rd, Manuel Suleiman. 23rd, Riley Dickinson. 21st, Peyton Durant. 20th now, Jet Nolan. 19th, Zachary Hollingshead. 18th, Max Hewitt. 17th, Dylan DeFont. 16th, Spencer Mills. 15th, Dylan Tavella. 14th, Andreas De Alba. 13th, Adom Lee. 13th, Nick Bruckner. 11th, Zoe Edenholm. 10th, Ryan McDermott. 9th, Matthew Latifi. 8th, Harry Colton. 7th, Arthur Least. 6th, Killian Meyer. 5th, Lachlan DiFrancesco. 4th, Matias Ramirez. 3rd, Eduardo Barrichello. And on the front row, outside, the 251, Malcolm DiOrlando. On the pole, the 215, Nicholas DiOrlando. Tony Laporta, let's get this one rolling.
For the final time, our heat races are getting ready to go green. It's an all DiOrlando front row, so you can be sure that Sherry's on the fence, and boy, is she nervous. Let's get ready to drop the flag on our last heat race of the day. Nicholas on the inside, Michael on the outside. Wow, they broke the tram lanes early there. We're going to go around one more time. That was a very fast start, and the outside lane, about rows 4 on back, started to come down before we even thought of going for a green flag there. So we're going to try it again. Got any plans for the Daytona 500 tomorrow, Chris?
Yeah, we'll hopefully be celebrating a couple final victories in the CUNY USA tent and packing it up.
And heading to Daytona?
No, sir.
You IndyCar guys. Whatever. Let's get ready.
Have you ever been to Manhattan?
I don't believe so.
Go to Manhattan. Go on top of a tall building. Stare down. Visually put numbers on the tops of the yellow cabs. See the ones that are running a certain pattern.
Right.
In 4.5 hours when it's over with, let me know if you're still entertained.
All right. We're getting ready for our Junior Max race. Oh, man. I love having Chris Wheeler with us.
So one of the most exciting parts here of racing at Ocala Grand Prix is watching the nasty man Nate Grindell on the fence line as well.
Dude, he's so tuned in, he can't even hear what you're saying right now. I mean, he's so wigged out getting ready for this race because he's got Eduardo Barrichello and Matias Ramirez right behind the front row of the DiOrlando boys, and they're just trying to find their way to the top of this field. Nicholas DiOrlando, little brother, on the inside. Michael DiOrlando, big brother, on the outside. Chris Egger picking up one of his hearing aid batteries. Cameron Egger, let's go racing. Green flag flies. Nicholas DiOrlando does a good job. Michael DiOrlando is going to get shuffled out to 4th, it looks like, when the track comes back to him on the right side in turn number 2 through the opening switchbacks. DiOrlando leads. He's going to have a challenge from Eduardo Barrichello. Nothing going there. A few karts together in turn 3.
So slide job city through turns 4 and 5. It is Matias Ramirez and Lachlan DiFrancesco throwing them one after another, haymaker style on each other. Now DiFrancesco's going to lose one to Lease, and he's got Meyer on his bumper. Latifi's got a bit of a hucklebuck here on the exit of turn number 7. Now the leaders down the front stretch for the first time.
Nicholas DiOrlando shows the way. Eduardo Barrichello in second. DiOrlando way down low. Barrichello has found himself between a DiOrlando sandwich. You can get that at any New York deli. Nicholas up front, Michael in third. As Eduardo Barrichello gets shuffled out. Michael on the inside of turn number 4. He's back up to second. Michael DiOrlando joins his brother at the front. Matias Ramirez is going to clear Eduardo Barrichello. Ramirez now to third. They come down the back straightaway to complete lap number 2. It's both DiOrlandos back at the front.
A bit Groundhog Day-esque here on this awesome Saturday afternoon in Ocala, Florida. Just like the first heat race of the day, which is number 2 overall, worked out. Nicholas leads it from the start. Barrichello second. Michael D'Orlando makes the move. Then Matias Ramirez follows. And now the 1-2-3 sits how they were last time at the same point of the race.
Well, and in true Groundhog Day fashion, Chris, I think we're going to see the same thing happen that's gone on through all 2 of our heat races up till this point, and it's going to continue in heat number 3. Nicholas gets out to that early lead. He holds on to the pole position, but as soon as Michael gets through the clutter, he's going to reel back in his little brother, get out in front, and show him how they do it here in Junior Max. Michael D'Orlando, a veteran of the class, Nicholas making his debut.
Well, we watch him at the stripe this time. Matias Ramirez goes purple, 38.337 to the 38.5 of Michael D'Orlando and the 38.6 of Nicholas D'Orlando. 38.4 for Eduardo Barrichello, 38.4 for Arthur Lee. That's your top 5, all within 1 second of each other on the track as Ramirez goes to the bottom of Michael D'Orlando and he gets through. So Ramirez is going to break up the party earlier than he has thus far in heat race action, with his sights now set on Nicholas D'Orlando.
And see, this is going to be a totally different race because Matias Ramirez challenged in the late stages of the last heat race, but he was going after big brother Michael. Now he's got his sights set on little brother Nicholas, and that's going to be a totally different fight. Michael and Nicholas handle traffic. They handle attempts for their position differently. I'm excited to see how Nicholas handles a challenge for Matias, but I'll be honest with you, Chris, I think Matias has the ability to catch up to Nicholas, bully him a little bit, and fight for the lead.
Well, here we watch it. Michael D'Orlando not going anywhere on the back bumper, Matias Ramirez, but Nicholas D'Orlando not really giving up too much space that time to the infield now as they come off turn number 7.
They come down the back straightaway to complete another lap. They'll see 7 to go. We near the halfway point.
Down the front stretch they come one more time here. Watching the times at the stripe. Barrichello now, quickest. Check that. Bruckner, the fastest. Everybody in the top 5 running their fastest laps of the race. Nicholas D'Orlando, 38.2. Matias Ramirez. Michael D'Orlando, 38.1. Eduardo Barrichello, 38.0. 4.5 tenths lap time by separated Nicholas D'Orlando and Matias Ramirez. But I got to tell you, the 2.58, what we called the big man yesterday, he's the heavyweight, him and Michael of the class.
Yep.
And he is rolling.
Yeah, the 2.58 coming strong now. 4 tenths separated him last time at the line at the halfway mark. Let's see what the gap is. It goes from 4 down to 3 tenths of a second. Ramirez is hooked up and coming. He went purple until Bruckner. Nicholas Bruckner, the Hockley, Texas native, goes purple. 37.765 on the back. And then it's man of the people, Harry Colton, rounding out your top 10 as we have passed the halfway point, 5 to go at the line. And Chris, Ramirez is coming strong.
Ramirez is there, but here's the dynamic that's going to change. Michael D'Orlando can keep Barrichello behind him until they do possibly catch Nicholas D'Orlando. He's going to benefit from it. I don't think Ramirez is going to be able to get around him as easy as he thinks for the lead, which is going to allow Michael to maybe counterattack him, and then Barrichello to possibly even follow suit.
Possibly, and then one driver we haven't talked about yet. He's running 7th right now, a ways behind Lachlan DiFrancesco, but out in front of Bruckner. Ryan McDermott. McDermott was your pole sitter in Homestead 1 month ago after earning the top spot in qualifying. Did a great job through the heats and finished on the podium in the final. He had a great run going in Rock Cup last weekend, and he's going to inch his way towards the top 5 here before this thing is all said and done. Up front, though, the gap continues to shrink. 3 tenths of a second from first back to second. Let's see what Ramirez can do here. They come down to see 4 laps to go. Does Matias close the gap up? Yes, he does. 2 tenths from P1 back to P2. But again, it's Bruckner who goes purple, 37 with a 7 on the back.
Just got a message from Cameron Lawrence, the IMSA sports car ace. He's at home watching our broadcast right now, and all he had to say was, man, I better get my career in motion because some of these kids are coming to take my job.
Racing's future right now here at the Florida Winter Tour. 3 laps remaining, and Matias Ramirez is bringing this thing down to the wire. Nicholas D'Orlando out in front. Normally by this point we'd see big brother Michael showing the way, but now it's the young rookie Nicholas trying to hold off the KG veteran Matias Ramirez. D'Orlando takes it about a lane narrow heading into turn 1, trying to defend the lead less than 3 tenths of a second. P1 back to P2. Ramirez coming strong.
So here they come off turn number 4. Ramirez closes in 2 kart lengths under braking. Now he's to the bumper of D'Orlando through 5, headed to turn number 6. And Tony, this is the best runner he's seen. Oh, and Ramirez loses it and loses all that track position he had just gained. Looks like he might have clipped the inside curb, which obviously moved the car outside and not forward. Lost all the forward drive. And now he's got to start all over again at that charge. Dual sticks in the air for Nicholas D'Orlando.
The lead's going to grow from 0.2 of a second all the way to 0.5 of a second. Exactly, Chris. It looked like Ramirez ran a little narrow on the entry to 6, clipped the curb with that inside left tire, and then washed out on the exit. That killed all of his momentum that he had working for Nicholas D'Orlando. The race isn't over yet. Lap and a half to go, but Nicholas D'Orlando looking a lot better now than he did a lap ago.
If you're at home and you're wondering how fast is Matias Ramirez right now, check this one. Last time through, 8 kart lengths separate him. This time it's about 4.5 to 5. Definitely closing it in here. The cloth is in the air. White flag, one more to go for Nicholas D'Orlando. This time at the stripe, 0.4 of a second. Matias Ramirez goes purple.
He knows he had to make up for the mistake in turn 6 with 3 to go, and that's exactly what he's doing. The lead last time by 0.4 of a second. It's less than that, but he needs to be careful because here comes big brother Michael D'Orlando. Matias Ramirez needs to play offense and defense. Nicholas brings him through 6. They'll head to the tree turn. I don't think Ramirez is going to have enough time, Chris. Over the dogleg. Through 8, they're going to head for 9. D'Orlando's looking pretty.
Through the final corner for the final time in heat race action here in Ocala. Off the corner they go. Nicholas D'Orlando, Matias Ramirez, Michael D'Orlando. That'll be Eduardo Barrichello and Arthur Least, your top 5.
So how about that for the D'Orlando family? Michael coming home with 2 heat race wins on the weekend, and little brother Nicholas scores the 3rd and final heat race victory. Good day for the D'Orlando family. Matias Ramirez is going to settle for 2nd. Michael D'Orlando comes home 3rd. And then it's Eduardo Barrichello and Arthur Least, your top 5. Lachlan DeFrancesco finishes 6th. Nick Bruckner, the Texan, kept laying down fast lap after fast lap. He finishes 7th. Harry Colton comes home 8th. Ryan McDermott 9th. And Aiden Keel rounds out your top 10. Killian Meyer on the CRG finishes 11th. Matthew Latifi 12th. Dylan Tavella, Spencer Mills, and Manuel Suleiman, your top 15. Zach Hollingshead was 16th. Max Hewitt on the comp cart, 17th. Andres de Alba, Zoe Ednom, and Jet Noland, your top 20. And just because he likes it when I talk about him, Stephen Malozzi finished 21st. So, folks, can you believe it? We're already done with heat racing here in Ocala. We're now going to head to my favorite class of the day, lunch. And when we return, it will be time for our pre-finals. That is right. Pre-finals will be run this afternoon, meaning we will have time for nothing but the best main event action you'll see this side of the Mississippi tomorrow afternoon. Drew Dickinson heading back, the Orsalon Racing driver, Riley, his son. They'll be there. I'm sure of that. So as we prepare to head to lunch, folks, we sure appreciate all of you tuning in. We hope you're having as fun of a Saturday as we are. The broadcast will go down during lunch for a little bit of maintenance, but we will be back, and let's tell you when for our pre-finals. As I look at my trusty schedule, 1:50 East Coast time is what time we will be back with pre-finals. 1:50 Eastern Standard. So if you're in the Midwest, 12:50. If you're in Colorado, that's going to be 11:50. And if you're on the West Coast, as I fail to do the math, that's going to be 10:50, I think. So wherever you're at, we will be back at that time. Again, the broadcast will go down. Thank you so much, folks. We're heading to lunch. We'll see you when we get back for live coverage of pre-finals. You're watching the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. All right, pre-finals getting set to go in about 10 minutes. I need DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers to the grid. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from what I hope was a pleasant lunch break. I know I enjoyed the break for food. We had tacos, I think, over at the VIP area. But you know what I'm really hungry for, folks? Do you know what I'm hungry for? I'm hungry for some great racing. I'm not a picky eater. I'll take it in any class. I'm just excited to get pre-finals underway. All right, Ryan Childs, can you hear me? Awesome, the mic is working. Then let's go. It's time for pre-final racing, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Oliver Askew trying to be perfect here in Ocala, Florida. This young driver may just have more laps on this track than anybody else, certainly on this field, maybe even here this weekend. We're going to find out if it benefits him. Odds are it will. Robert Wickens is going to try to do the unthinkable, and that is topple Oliver Askew at his once home racetrack. Pre-finals are getting ready to be underway. Green flag. Wickens aggressive off the start, shoves Askew all the way down to the inside and takes over the lead. Robert Wickens did exactly what he had to do, exactly when he needed to. He needed to nail that start off the green flag, and he needed to force Oliver Askew out of his comfort zone and pick up the lead, and that is exactly what he did. Askew all over Wickens. Robert knows that he is going to have to drive for his life here and defend Askew every step of the way. Robert's way down low as they come into the final corner. Lap one, new leader for the first time. It's Wickens. Askew trying to find way around on the high side. That's not going to work. Not here. Not in turn one. Not at full speed anyway. Wickens with the start of his life in a kart. Man, I'll tell you what, to beat Oliver Askew into turn one at Ocala Grand Prix, you're one of a very few and small crowd. There's a look as they come out of 6 and head for 7. The question is, how long can Robert Wickens stay in front of Oliver Askew? The gap slightly bigger that time into turn 9, but Askew gets a monster run out of the final corner. Wickens with his head down. Askew to the inside in one. Oh, man, Wickens shows him the door. Robert Wickens is taking no prisoners here today. He knows that if he can win this race, he will start on the pole position for tomorrow's main event. He scored the round 1 victory in Homestead 1 month ago. He is looking to double up here at the Florida Winter Tour, folks. And the DTM driver piloting that Maranello kart is running a phenomenal opening 2 laps. I gotta admit, I'm just shocked, and Wickens is slowly beginning to open up a gap on Oliver Askew. Now out in front, Wickens goes purple, 37.031. Wickens with the power move at the start of this race, walking around the outside of fan favorite Oliver Askew. Wickens threw his hat into the ring in big fashion, and he leads, and now he's making the most out of that lead by going purple. Last time by a 37.0, Askew a 37.1. The difference last time by 0.2 of a second. Let's see what it is here. Askew's going to stay in line. He goes a 37.21. Wickens a 37.24. So Wickens slower by just the hair on his chin. Chudley, Gore, McCarthy, Munoz, Barrichello, Herrera, De La Vera, Simone, everybody on the track lays down their best lap of the race except for your 2 leaders. Now, Luke Chudley starting to make this a 3-kart battle, and with Wickens just simply getting out in front, this changes the entire complexion of the race. It's not a fight for second anymore. It's a 3-way battle for the lead, and Wickens shows the way. Down into 1. Askew brings it all the way to the inside of the tramlines, and Wickens can no longer hold him off. Oliver Askew waits till the absolute last second to commit to turn 1. Wickens bobbles. Askew picks up the pieces. Talk about an amazing race for the lead here. I told these guys yesterday before the heat race, do something exciting. Make something crazy happen, Oliver. He didn't exactly oblige. Well, this time they worked out and they cooperated with me a little bit. What a battle for the lead we just had between Robert Wickens, who drove around Oliver on the outside of the opening lap. This is why I'm glad we record video and broadcast you live images of the races here at the Florida Winter Tour, because tomorrow you're going to be able to go online and watch the replay of that pass, and you will be impressed when you do. I promise you that. Robert Wickens now in second place, just trying to keep Luke Chudley behind him. Askew goes purple, 36.678. Dev Gore is in fourth. Mike McCarthy. Let's talk about our DD2 Masters drivers a little bit, because they deserve some attention. Christian Corneo, your leader, with Christoph Adams in second. Schiavo in third. This is our DD2 Masters pre-final, brought to you by Mojo Tires. When you need tires, use Mojo Tires. So that's going to be the battle we're watching now. It should be between Dev Gore and Michael McCarthy, I believe, from Anderson Racing. Michael McCarthy's mom does not like it when you call him Mike. He's Michael McCarthy, or he's Sloth. Right now, he's getting physical with Dev Gore. A couple Anderson Racing drivers putting on a good show right now. They're racing for the fourth spot right now. And Michael McCarthy currently in fifth. Really not a bad spot to be in, because when it's all said and done, he will start this race in the fifth position should he stay there. As we've just reached the halfway point, Askew not slowing down, 36.319. And as most of you here at Ocala this weekend know from your experience in the sport, and some of you watching at home on the broadcast, but to those of you who don't know, piloting one of these karts, a machine as powerful as a DD2, or really anything that's here racing this weekend, from Micro Max on up, Micro, Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2, Masters class drivers. I mean, it is incredibly difficult to pilot one of these karts at full speed around a bull ring of a track like Ocala Grand Prix. Every time I get back into a go-kart, I have such a new level of respect for the drivers that I get to announce for every year. These guys, folks, I mean, go-karting can get a bad rap because it's a go-kart. It must not be serious, people think. But, man, you just got to get behind the wheel of one of these machines. And I promise you, folks, driving one of these karts, a DD2, for example, near 80 miles an hour, sitting 2 inches off the ground, running closer together with your competitors than the cars in the parking lot sit next to each other. I mean, it is incredible. And the reason I bring that up is when you see things like Robert Wickens going around the outside in a big, heavy DD2 kart on Oliver Askew the way he did, I mean, that man's got all the respect in the world for me. I mean, just to do what he did on a corner like turn one here at Ocala, I'm in absolute admiration. But I'm in admiration of all these drivers, because to get around this track, to hustle the way they are, and to lay down the laps they are, it's incredible. The tuners that set these karts up are mad scientists. They're genius. The team managers, the mechanics, it's amazing. The technology that goes into this sport, along with the work and just the sheer man hours to make these karts move the way they do. The technology and the machinery is amazing. And I may not be speaking to a completely virgin audience of karting enthusiasts, but man, it's such an amazing sport, and it's so cool that organizations like Max Speed put on events like this where we compile the best karters the best pilots in the country, some of the best in the world, and we let them go head-to-head on a track. I mean, you got guys out here like Oliver Askew who are going to make it very far in motorsport and who are going to aspire to be professional race car drivers one day. And then you got guys like Rubens Barrichello who have done it, who have gone to the top, the premier Formula One, and they still come back to race karting because it's so much fun. Someone else who was just like that was Dan Weldon. And I know Chris Wheeler is going to be heading down here in a little bit to help me with the senior race and the rest of these pre-finals today. And when Chris gets here, we're going to talk more about the Dan Weldon Ambassador Award that Mike Marini and the folks at Max Speed are heading up. It's an amazing award. It was awesome to be here last year when they handed it out to Ben Cooper. But when Chris gets here, we're going to talk more about that. But my point is, nowhere else you'd rather be, at least nowhere else I'd rather be, than watching some really great young drivers prove that they're some of the best in the world at driving these karts around. It's an amazing sport, and it's such fun to watch. Oliver Askew goes purple, 36.139. The kid only has 2 laps to go before he sees the checkered flag waiting for him and the pole position for tomorrow's main event. But if Robert Wickens can stay where he's at right now, folks, and bring home that second-place finish, then he's got just as good of a shot tomorrow as he did today in this pre-final. When Ryan Norberg went around the outside of Kyle Kirkwood last week at Rock Cup, I was amazed. And then Danny Formal did it to Oliver in the Shifter Rock final. In fact, that's an interesting point, one that Oliver's probably not wanting me to bring up, but this was the second time in as many weeks that Oliver has been passed on the outside at the start of the race while he was the pole sitter. It happened to him last weekend against Danny Formal in Rock Cup. Formal walked right around him, nailed the start, and ended up driving away to the win. And then here, 6 days later, in the pre-final for DD2, he has only been passed twice in 2 weeks. That's kind of an impressive feat. But again, then here at the start of DD2, Robert Wickens does the same to him. So it's incredible. It's the racing here at Ocala is fantastic, and on the Winter Tour, it's always impressive. As Askew makes his way down the straightaway into the showcase turn for the final time, he's going to go 3 for 3 on Saturday, but it wasn't without a bit of trouble. Askew wins it here in Ocala. Bet that's not the first time someone said that. Robert Wickens, after an impressively gutsy move on the outside, leads the opening few laps, finishes in second. Luke Chudley's third with Dev Gore in fourth. Michael Sloth McCarthy comes home in fifth. Christian Munoz finishes sixth. Rubens Barrichello seventh. Marco Signoretti eighth. Sebastian Martin ninth. And Ethan Simoni in 10th. Cornio wins it in Masters. Schiavo second. Christoph Adams in third. That is our first pre-final of the day in the books. We got a lot more coming, folks. Senior Max drivers getting ready to roll out next.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
All right, race fans, welcome back to the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. As we are set to go here for our Senior Max pre-final. Points tallied from all three heat races, and we have a set grid. 26th, Jan Lang. 25th, Austin Bielaski. 24th, Logan Cusson. 23rd, David Greco. 22nd, Haopeng Zhang. 21st, Lane Vakala. 20th, Mateo Diaz. 19th, Sterling Fairman. 18th, Diego Dominguez. 17th, Jesse Krill. 16th, Nicholas Hornbostel. And in the 15th spot, Justin Overo. 14th, Connor Ford. 13th, Matt Solarczyk. 12th, Gianfranco Mazzafaro. 11th, Luke Solikin. And in the top 10, the 10th spot, the triple-double deuce, Zach Holden. In 9th, the 344, Christian Brooks. 8th spot, the 301, Jordan Sherritt. In 7th, the 379, David Malukas. 6th, the 345 of Darren Keene. And in 5th, the 300, Trenton Estep. In 4th, the 313, Zachary Clayman Amello. And in 3rd, the 359 of Jordan Lennox. And to the front row, occupied by Ocala Grand Prix teammates. In the 2nd spot, the 329, Austin Garrison. And on the pole, Mr. Ocala himself, the 328, Kyle Kirkwood. Tony Laporta, the drivers make their way off of turn number 9. Start to position themselves in the tram lanes. We are set to go here in pre-final action.
Kyle Kirkwood just trying to stay on top, but he's got a big challenge in the form of Austin Garrison. Green flag flies. Oh, and Malukas is going to get up in the air and turned around before they even get to the opening corner. Not the start the comp cart driver was looking for at all. Up front, Jordan Lennox has found his way around Austin Garrison, and it looks like he may have brought Trenton Estep with him as well. Kirkwood brings him out of 5. They'll head for 6. That fast left-hander that spits you out wide. You got to get back to the left side of the track to make the right-hander turn number 7. Over the dogleg, turn 8. Kirkwood takes a quick look over his shoulder, checks in, sees the bright yellow helmet of Great Britain's Jordan Lennox right behind him. And then it's going to be your Junior Max champion from 2015, Trenton Estep, right behind them in 3rd. Garrison has gotten shuffled from 2nd back to 4th. And then DeMello rounds out your top 5. Christian Brooks is trying to make that CRG work, running in 6th. But up front, it's the top 4. Kirkwood, Lennox, Estep. Estep makes a move on Lennox. Yeah, he does. The Senior Max rookie takes it to PSL karting poster child. Jordan Lennox, Trenton Estep out of Texas, now runs 2nd.
So Lennox with a hard move here into the showcase, trying to get back around Estep. It's only going to hurt him on the exit shot. Here comes Garrison now on the backside of Lennox, looking to the bottom, but nothing there through turn number 1. Meanwhile, Kirkwood still out front. Zach Holden goes purple that time by 37.863. Kirkwood, Estep, Lennox, Garrison. Then it should be Clayman Mello, Brooks, and Holden. Nothing changes through 4. Now to 5 they go, still single file in line. Lennox still on the back bumper of Estep. He was able to regain the momentum. And see how long it takes him to try and mount a charge back, even though now it looks like Estep with a great run off of turn number 7 through the kink at 8, now down through 9, and back to the front straightaway, head down.
That time by Trenton Estep goes purple until Zach Holden in the 322 lays down a 37.649, quite a bit quicker than Estep, who was a 37.755. But Trent Estep coming out of nowhere as Lennox continues to slide down the order. Austin Garrison gets across the Brits' front nose for 3rd place. Lennox now runs 4th, so it's 3 Tony Karts in the top 3, 2 OGP drivers, and Trent Estep in the middle. The Junior Max champion from last year, the Senior Max rookie, running amazingly well.
Now, for those of you listening in, just a small clarification, U.S. Open.
Correct.
Champion. Don't want to take anything away personally, as I said it myself from Matias last year from the Florida Winter Tour.
That's a great point.
But meanwhile, Estep really mounting a charge here. As it looks like we've had a bit of a change also as Christian Brooks gets around Clayman DeMello. And then Zach Holden's going to take the attack and get around Clayman DeMello also. So a few movers here as Clayman DeMello doing the moonwalk backwards early. Everybody now back in line trying to regain that momentum. Nothing changing up front other than Kyle Kirkwood, 0.6 of a second out in front of Trenton Estep. It's be Kirkwood, Estep, Garrison, Lennox, Brooks, your top 5.
Doing the moonwalk, I like that. Making your way back down the field, not exactly the favorite thing to do as a driver, but it looks stylish if you do it the right way, I guess.
And I think it sounds good when we say it properly.
I agree.
Perfect. Meanwhile, Mr. Ocala still showing his way. Estep now starting to look like the potential is on the horizon for the first challenge since he made the pass on Jordan Lennox, as here comes Austin Garrison. Kirkwood purple, check that. Clayman DeMello purple. Kirkwood 37.4. Trenton Estep 37.5. 37.5s across now for second and third. It's going to be hard to catch Kyle Kirkwood here, Tony, when you're running the same lap times as him. And what he's so good at is when those tires are cold, hitting his marks, maximizing the grip levels, and getting down the highway.
Well, I hate to say it, Chris, but I don't think anybody's catching Kyle Kirkwood in this race, okay? I mean, we're coming down to see 11 to go. We'll be 7 completed at the line. And not to be a homer, but, yeah, Kirkwood is just too strong right now. He's going to go purple again, 37. Nope, check that. Zachary Clayman goes purple, 37.300. But what Kirkwood's got on his side right now, Chris, is he's got teammate Austin Garrison raging a holy war against Trenton Estep. Jordan Lennox is there. Brooks is going to get into the fight as well. Basically, you have a 2nd through 8th place train, which allows Kirkwood to just slowly drive away.
Absolutely. Now, while we haven't seen much action in this line, 2nd through 8th, other than a couple passes here there, they've been pretty straightforward with each other and running single file. But Kyle Kirkwood just laying down the hammer here. That time by Kirkwood purple, 37.257. So Kirkwood laying down the hot ones here.
And I'll tell you what, the driver who I'm most impressed with far and away, Chris, is not Kirkwood for being so dominant, but just the fact that Trent Estep made that big move on Lennox on the opening lap, and he has been able to keep pace ahead of Austin Garrison here. Trent Estep driving like a man possessed, making a great Senior Max first season here. And you are right, he is the Junior Max champion from the U.S. Open, the National Touring Series last season, which went to Dallas Garden Complex, Grand Junction Motor Speedway, and then we ended things at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, which is where Estep was crowned champion. But now making that move up to Senior Max, the young man from Texas driving incredibly well as he finds himself between a few Floridians. Kirkwood in front of him, Garrison right behind him. Still a ways to go, 8 laps at the line, but to be honest with you, Chris, Garrison has not really been able to close much more room. He's gotten within about 2 kart lengths of Estep, and that's it. He hasn't gotten any closer.
Well, that time by, Kirkwood went purple with a 37.108. Estep 37.250. Then another string of ones here. Garrison and Lennox 37.17, 37.14. So everybody, it seems like in the top 7 or 8 spots, all 37.1s, 37.2s. When you're splitting hairs at that point, it's really difficult unless you get the swing in your favor of momentum right at the right spot to overtake somebody when everybody's this equal.
Let's take a look a little bit farther down the field. There's Christian Brooks running 5th place. He's got Zach Holden in the 322 coming for him. Looks like we might start to have a challenge here. Garrison gives Estep a shot getting down into turn number 1. Garrison lets Estep know that he is there, and he won't be playing for long. They come out of 3 down to 4. Does Garrison take a look? No. Stays in line, but Estep needs to pick up the pace here, or he's either going to have a very flat bumper, or he's not going to be in the 2nd position anymore. Holden runs 6th, Clayman 7th, Sherritt 8th, Darren Keene from Orslaw Racing is 9th, and then Luke Selican slowly but surely has cracked the top 10 now. After qualifying 13th, he now runs in that 10th position. Estep doing a good job at just keeping himself as far ahead of Austin Garrison as he needs to right now.
Last time by, everybody slows down. 37.49 for your leader, 37.6 for Estep, 37.7 for Garrison, 37.8 for Lennox.
The fight for second It isn't exactly going away. It's just adding more members. Estep, Garrison, Lennox, the front three. But also joining that pack here shortly will be Holden, Brooks, and Clayman, making this a 6-cart battle for the second position. Lots up for grabs here as we're nearing the end of this one. 4 to go when they get back to the line just outside of the top 10. Mazzafaro runs 11th. Matt Solarczyk is 12th. He's got some fans back in New York like Nick Leone cheering him on. David Greco is 13th. Hornbostel and Fairman are your top 15. And I continue to just be impressed, Chris, by how calmly Trenton Estep is maintaining the pace third on back.
Estep's doing a great job holding his ground. He's now kind of stretched out a little bit over Austin Garrison. As they come through the showcase corner looking at 4 to go at the stripe. Kirkwood, easy breezy, beautiful out in front. 37-2 that time for Estep, 37-3, 37-3. And then Holden with a 37-1. So Holden, once he got around Brooks, is wasting no time trying to get his Tony Kart in the mix, as he is now close to the back bumper of Jordan Lennox.
He sure does have that Tony Kart hooked up, Chris. I agree. As here come the lead pack through the bowl. One more time, they'll see 3 laps to go. Kirkwood out in front by a big margin. Then it's Estep, the senior max rookie, in second. Garrison hasn't had much working for him in this race. He's staying right there in third. Then fourth, it's Jordan Lennox, the PSL karting driver. But Holden, Chris, continues to impress. Goes green that time by 37-158. The kid is not slowing down at all.
Holden on the loud pedal, no doot about it. As the leader now heads to turn number 7, the field now catching up as well to the tree turn. 8 and 9 remain till the dual sticks in the air for your leader. Holden with a bit of a bunny hop there in the seat, trying to get the momentum off of turn 7. Closing still on the back bumper of Jordan Lennox. Estep head down. His lead will increase slightly over Garrison. Then it will be Lennox, Holden, and then Clayman DeMello. Clayman DeMello green that time, 37-1. Fastest guy on the racetrack that lap.
Garrison about 0.3 of a second behind second place driver Trenton Estep. They're all just chasing that orange dot that is Kyle Kirkwood's helmet as he rides off into the sunset here. Down the back straightaway into the showcase. White flag will be flying. They've got one more trip around the sun here in Ocala before Saturday is done. Kirkwood sets sail into that first sweeping left-hander. He'll set up for the right-hander chicane, turn number 2. It's all about getting the chassis to flex from this point on. Turn 3 into the switchbacks, 4, the left-hander. Then he'll set up for 5, the right-hander. Through the trees, half a lap to go here, Chris. Kirkwood just trying to bring it home.
So Holden now under fire from Clayman DeMello. DeMello's going to force his way through. Park it in the bottom of turn number 6 now. Now the Brooks on the backside of Holden, so the battle still keeps on for the top 5. Meanwhile, out in front through the showcase corner, checkered flag, Senior Max pre-final. Kyle Kirkwood, Estep, Garrison, Lennox, DeMello. Then it will be Holden, Brooks, Sherritt, and Keene.
What a great run for Zach Holden to finish where he did after battling with the guys that he battled with. Kirkwood's going to start on pole tomorrow for the Senior Max Final. That race brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Estep, in my opinion, monster of a race there. Moving up from junior here and only his second national level race in Senior Max. The driver, the number 300, drove fantastically. Austin Garrison will start on the inside of row number 2 when we get there tomorrow. Lennox will roll 4th with Clayman DeMello in 5th. Zach Holden finishes 6th with Brooks behind in the CRG on 7th. Jordan Sherritt 8th, Darren Keene 9th, and the class sponsor driver, Luke Selikin, rounding out your top 10. Mazzafaro was 11th, Matt Solarczyk 12th, David Greco 13th, Hornbostel and Fairman your top 15. Rounding out the top 20 will be Connor Ford, Jesse Krill, Lane Vicala, Diego Dominguez, and Logan Cusson. That will do it for Senior Max Racing here, folks, but don't worry, a lot more good action about to come. Before Chris Wheeler gets out of here, you're sticking around for Mini-Max. So in this break, why don't you talk a little bit about something we brought up yesterday, a little bit more information, hopefully, on the Dan Weldon Award.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we talked about it for sure yesterday for the first time during this year's 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. And when you want to talk about importance and something that's significant off the racetrack and something that I personally look forward to every year, it is the Dan Weldon Award. And we talked about the emailing in your nominations, and the one thing I ask, I'm not a part of it at all. Last year I was fortunate enough to give the speech to our winner, Ben Cooper. But when it comes down to it, only one person sees all the nominations, and just make sure you take your time doing it. I really think that it's got to be somebody who can embody the person that Dan was to all of us. And whether you met him once or you had the blessing to spend a lot of good times with him away from the racetrack, he didn't leave many bad impressions on anybody at all. And so, I ask of you all that are going to send in a nomination, when you do it, make sure it's somebody that is a positive role model, somebody that always, shows great sportsmanship, the guy that has a reason to complain about everybody but doesn't say a word about it, and the guy that's always willing to give you the T-shirt off his back.
That is the Dan Weldon Award Chris Wheeler's talking about a little bit. You can send in your email nominations. We'll get you the address for that as the weekend goes on. But it's a very special award, and to be there last year when we handed it out was quite a special moment. We'll have more information on that as the weekend rolls along. Mini-Max drivers are climbing aboard their machines for their pre-final. That race is coming up next, folks. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels. So as we get ready for our next pre-final of the afternoon, it is the Mini-Max field. Tyler Gonzalez and Jeremy Fairbairn going to bring them down. We're going to get this race underway. We're joined in the booth now by Andrew Campbell. Andrew, I want to get this race started, if you don't mind, and then we'll talk to you about your about everything going on with our partnership at Max Speed.
Sounds good, Tony.
All right, so we are getting ready to go here. Chris Wheeler, he will provide the peanut gallery noise for us. Tyler Gonzalez and Jeremy Fairbairn, your front row. Jetpack Jack Crawford, his dad tells me they think they've got it figured out here for this pre-final. He was enjoying a lemonade light when I saw him during lunch. Sebastian Montoya in the number 158 will roll fourth. And then it's OGP's Fernando Barrichello on the inside of row number 3. Noel Jesus Leon starts sixth with the 199. Last month's winner, Arias Duke Medjid, in seventh. Austin Torgerson from Bedford, Oregon will start 7th with Elio Giovanni in 9th and Matias Morgado in the 10th position. Cody Crucker in the 127 will look to rebound after bad luck in the last heat race. He'll start 11th with Jade Hubert in 12th. Andrew Masel, Kayla Bacon, and Yuvan Sundramurthy will round out your top 15. In 16th, it'll be the Texan, Cash Tyner. Chloe Chambers in the 17th position. Dale Curran and Luca Berra-Zatigi round out our starting grid here in Mini-Max. They make their way slowly into the showcase turn number 9. These Mini-Max drivers have been up and down, I think, when it's come to starts all weekend, but this one looks to be a solid and clean 2x2 formation as they enter the tram lanes. Our race director points them into the boxes. We're going to look for the green flag here. No, they're going to go around. They're going to go around one more time. Not looking for the start here. I don't think they like the speed that the drivers came to the acceleration line with. So we got a little bit of a minute here with our second attempt at the start. Andrew Campbell in the booth with us from Max Speed Entertainment. Andrew, lots of great racing going on here this weekend in Ocala, and it's all good because We have so many partners that are helping us bring you live images, great racing. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what's going on with some of our great partners?
Yeah, we've got some great partners on board with us. Obviously, Sofina Foods, our title sponsor of the series, along with Fixkie Wheels, our presenting sponsor. We've also got another great group on board with us. That's motorsport.com, our official digital media partner. These guys provide coverage in 11 different languages. They have one platform, all under one brand. They do 18 editions of their product. These guys are absolutely incredible. They cover IndyCar, Formula One, NASCAR, Global Rallycross, and obviously karting under that umbrella. These guys are providing the online coverage for us, as well as our press as well here. Tony, I'll let you get back to the race before these guys start.
Well, I appreciate it, Andrew. Motorsport.com, every day my phone vibrates, and it's the Motorsport.com app reminding me to check the app for all the latest news and information on their Motorsport.com website. It is a phenomenal app, and I suggest you download it. Let's try it one more time here. Minimax drivers coming through the tram lanes. Green flag flies, and they're off. Tyler Gonzalez and Jeremy Fairbairn lead them through turn number 1. Gonzalez's white helmet comes out in front as the leader. They make their way to the right hand of turn 2 chicane. Jeremy Fairbairn and Jack Crawford fight it out for that second spot, and it looks like Crawford was able to move up from the inside of row number 3 to P2 with that Karting Community United livery on that cart. Jack Crawford running well out of the Iron Rock Motorsport pit this weekend with Charlie Swain and the team over there. Coming down to complete the opening lap, OGP driver Tyler Gonzalez shows him the way here. Ocala Grand Prix swept the top 3 spots in qualifying. Duke Medjin is all the way up to 3rd off the start. Great opening lap here for the 199. Paul Howard and Greg Bell doing the tuning on that machine. Couple drivers together at the top of the hill. Over there in turn number 4, Gonzalez brings them out, and things are starting to calm down just a little bit here as we work our way through the second lap. Crawford in 2nd, Duke Medjin 3rd. Let's take a look how they run. That should be Morgado up into the 4th position, I believe, aboard the AM. And then Jeremy Fairbairn back into the 5th position after starting this race in P2. Couple drivers shuffling. They're 3 wide for just a moment as they enter turn number 9. That's about 7th on back as the positions we're watching up for grabs there. Sebastian Montoya involved in the battle. So as this race up front calms down for just a moment, Andrew again, Ritmo Mundo, one of the just incredibly impressive partners to come on board here in 2016, the official timekeeper of all Max Speed promoted events. Tell me a little bit about those guys.
Yeah, Ritmo Mundo, based out of California. They're worldly renowned for their Dan Weldon edition watch they just put out. It's an absolutely beautiful piece, rose gold with black and red accents. I've actually got one on that's a different version of that one, but it looks very similar. It's a solid timepiece, rubber strap. It's a motorsport orientated watch.
Perfect partner to be the official timekeeper of the largest karting promotion body in the world.
Absolutely. And it's a great piece to have because our sport is revolved around keeping time and being on time, and I think that it's a perfect fit for our company. Actually, if you want, you can go to ritmomundo.com and you can find out more about their product and even order it online direct and have it shipped to your home.
Fixie Wheels stepping up the Canadian wheel company, specializing in high-class cars, wheels, and, of course, our title sponsor, Sofina Foods.
Yeah, Fixkie Wheels, based out of, they have distribution in America and Canada. They're known for 3-piece wheels. And for those that are, car junkies or motorsport enthusiasts, a 3-piece wheel gives you that option for that different offset, that different look, to get that deep dish look. They have a couple different models in their catalog. Most of their stuff is mainly fitting on the BMW, Audi, and the German car market. But they do everything, for domestic vehicles as well. I still don't have a set on my car yet, but soon to be. They're also a race wheel, and they've participated in some of the top championships for automotive racing in America so far. And I know they're looking to break out into another couple series in Europe as well.
Jeremy Fairbairn on track right now, trying to give Arias Duke Medjin a run for his money in the 4th position. Fantastic battling going on there. And as Andrew talks about the Fixie Wheels brand, something that he was discussing a little while ago, I think yesterday, there's going to be a tire changing competition tonight. Possibly. We're going to find out about that going into dinner. Fixie Wheels stepping up big time and being such a great sponsor, along with Sofina Foods. Sofina Foods, possibly, Andrew, is the one company that I don't know a ton about as a part of our Max Speed partnership program. They stepped up big time this year, taking over for Cold Stone and becoming the title sponsor for not only the Florida Winter Tour, the U.S. Grand Nationals come August. Sebastian Montoya is tapping his helmet and pointing forward. He wants to keep moving towards the front. But again, Sofina Foods stepping on board big time here with Max Speed. As I said, the title sponsor for all promoted events this year. The Florida Winter Tour, both Rock Cup, Rotax, you got the U.S. Grand Nationals, and the U.S. Open. Of course, we know Matthew Latifi driving the Sofina Foods Tony cart. Pretty incredible company to step up the way they have.
Yeah, Sofina actually has been involved in motorsports for the last few years. Notably, obviously, they're a food company, in the production of pork, beef, turkey, and chicken products. They've got a massive distribution system in Canada for big brand names like Lilydale, Jane, Maestro, Sandiel, and a couple other products under their umbrella. These guys have done a phenomenal thing for our sport over the years, and we're definitely really proud to have them on board with us. And we thank Sofina Foods for their support for the 2016 season.
Well, Andrew Campbell, as always, the guy who knows some of the most about our incredible partners here at Max Speed Entertainment. Andrew, a big part of the reason some of these great companies have joined up with us for the 2016 season. He knows everything you need to know about our partners. We're going to keep racing here with Mini Max. Andrew, thanks so much for stopping and talking to us about our sponsors here at the Florida Winter Tour.
Thank you very much, Tony. Always a pleasure with you.
So Jack Crawford is trying to hold off Matias Morgado, it looks like, for that second position right now. Crawford running a 39.633. They're just trying to keep up with Tyler Gonzalez, but it's not going. Morgado makes contact with Crawford over there in turn number 5. Morgado's going to pick up the spot. Crawford able to collect himself and not lose too much ground, but Morgado now into the second position. Crawford running third, and there's going to be Duke Medjan coming up strong in fourth. Fairbairn in fifth, and just because I know we've spent some time away from this race, let's give you a rundown. Leon is in sixth, Torgers in seventh, Sundramorthy having a great run inside the top 10 right now as he slips to ninth. Fernando Barrichello up to eighth. Kayla Bacon, the comp cart driver, runs in the top 10. Then it's Maisel 11th, Dale Curran 12th, Chloe Chambers 13th, Tyner and Montoya. Yeah, Montoya's kind of slipping down the order right now, I guess doing the moonwalk, as you'd say, Chris.
Well, Montoya didn't have the best of starts. I saw from the start there. He tried to slot into position, got hit hard on the left side of his cart, shoved out. And it's part of racing, and it's one of those deals on the start. And fortunately, when you start on the outside, you've got a little extra challenges in some. But is what it is. As we look back here, Duke Medjan got around Crawford and went purple on the same lap. So Duke Medjan, 39.413. Should I say it again?
Yes.
Greg Bell in the man tank top, showing it off down here, doing a fantastic job making that 199 CRG of Duke Medjan roll.
Not only the man tank top, but the Yeti Coolers ball cap, because Greg Bell is always cool under pressure. How about that for a shout-out for Yeti Coolers? We need to get them as one of our partners in 2017. That's what I think. Tyler Gonzalez continues to lead. Matias Morgado's in second. And just as Chris talks about, Duke Medjan goes purple. Third on track. Gonzalez now takes over the top time, 39.171. But it's Duke Medjan, the man on the move so far in this race. Crawford slips to fourth. You see him right there. Jeremy Fairbairn, your off-pole starter, in fifth. And the thing you got to talk about here at Ocala Grand Prix, in Minimax qualifying, Austin Miles and his Minimax program, Chris, swept the top 3 spots in qualifying. Something that I don't think people realize how hard that is to do. Definitely
a tough challenge and a fantastic feat for those guys in qualifying yesterday. Meanwhile, the dual sticks in the air from Cam Ager. Tyler Gonzalez backs it up with another purple lap, 39.118, as he is already through turn number 3, headed through the short chute to 4. Left hand down one more time after this. Right-hander. Left-hander at 6. Go to the braking zone at the tree, turn 7. Through the right-hander, over the bump, back to power. The kink at 8 to the left. Now the showcase 9, sweeping left-hander. White flag in at the air, and that's a trip around Ocala Grand Prix with Tyler Gonzalez. And a quick one at that, 39.218.
4/10 of a second separated Matias Morgado and Arias Duke Medjin. Last time by, we'll see what the gap is now. Duke Medjin, I know I keep bringing this up, but it's so funny. I saw his dad, Dr. Duke Medjin, last weekend at Rock Cup, and he said, you know what, we don't always start the way we want to, but we usually end up finishing where we need to, and that is with speed. And that is exactly the theme of this weekend here at Rotax. Duke Medjin not qualifying exactly the way they wanted to, but through the heat races and through this pre-final, he is going to start on the inside of row number 2 tomorrow. But starting on the inside of row number 1 on pole, it'll be the 157, Tyler Gonzalez. Gonzalez gets it done. Matias Morgado saves his best for last and goes purple. Coming to the checkered flag, 39 flat. Great lap for the 162. Arias Duke Medjin rallies to finish third. Number 199 looking strong going into tomorrow's finals. Jeremy Fairbairn will start fourth with Jack Crawford in fifth. Noel Jesus Leon sixth. Austin Torgerson seventh. Barrichello, Sundramurthy, and Caleb Bacon inside your top 10. Andrew Masel finished 11th with Dale Curran 12th. Chloe Chambers, Cash Tyner, and Sebastian Montoya rounded out your top 15. And then towards the back of the field, it's going to be Jade Hubert, Cody Crucker, Luca Berazatigi, and Elio Giovanni, who registered no laps. So that will do it for Mini Max pre-final racing. What do we have up next? How about a little Masters Max pre-final racing? This one should be good. Stick with us, folks. More live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels coming up next.
The 2016 Sofina Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels, in partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
So welcome back as we're getting ready to work through pre-final number 4. By my count, it is the Masters Max drivers making their way around the track. It's an 18-lap pre-final for the old guys. They're getting ready to drop the rag and go racing. It's going to be Christoph Adams and your reigning U.S. Grand National Champion, Scott Roberts. Cam Egger, no, we're not going racing this time. Adams and Roberts throw the left hand in the air, letting them know we're going around one more time. Great racing so far this weekend here at the Florida Winter Tour, and it's always great racing here at the Florida Winter Tour. Kevin Glover making his way to go watch the racing. It's like I'm not even looking at the same engine builder I once knew. I think he lost weight, and I think he lost his ability to hear, to be honest with you. Glover's got the RPG drivers tuned up and running on pretty good engines this weekend. The new dyno at home at Pat's Acres serving a good purpose, I think. We're going to try this for a second time here. Adams and Roberts going to bring them down. Aboisa and Pistol Pete make up row number 2. Then it's Tucker and Robertson in row 3. Robichaux and Green, row number 4. And DeLuca all alone in row number 5. Cameron Egger, what do you say this time? How about we go racing? Green flag flies. Oh, and Christoph Adams gets a big old shove from Michelle Aboisa down into turn number 1. Roberts is going to get shuffled out from second. He's going to lose another spot here. He finally falls in line, it looks like, at third. As you see a live look above turn number 2. Tucker's going to get a little physical, just like a 1980s workout video. He's trying to make his way into the third position, but he's not able to do it. Tucker stays in fourth. Roberts third. Aboisa second. And then Christoph Adams, your lead. Farther back, Pistol Pete hangs Bobby Green out to dry on the outside, heading into turn number 9. One lap in the books here. Let's see how they run. According to good old Race Monitor, it's Robichaux in 5th, Roberts in 6th, Pistol Pete, Bobby Green, and Alessandro De Luca. The field here in Masters Max, making their way around the track here. Christoph Adams pulling double duty, racing in both Masters Max this weekend and DD2 Masters. Maximum track time will only benefit that driver. Scott Roberts starting to close up on Michelle Aboisa as they come out of turn number 9. He gets a big run of steam. Roberts is going to go to the inside here in 1. No, he's not, because Aboisa beats him to it. Roberts can only look on the outside as they roll through turn number 1. Aboisa defending early. It's an 18-lap pre-final. Can you wait for these guys to race for 30 laps tomorrow? I know I can't. Christoph Adams brings him out of the switchbacks, turn number 5, now into 6. Roberts going to work on Aboisa, trying to find his way around. Let's look at the laps. Roberts was quickest last time by 38.897. That's a good lap. Let's see what Aboisa answers back with here. Aboisa answers back in a big way. Purple, 38.639. So Aboisa knows exactly when he has to turn up the wick. But Roberts, super strong heading into the switchbacks. He's right on Aboisa's back bumper. There you see your front 4 on your camera screen in front of you. Adams, the leader. Aboisa in 2nd. Roberts in 3rd. Tucker in 4th. It should be the Burrell of Adams. 2 Tony karts aboard Aboisa and Roberts. And then Nick Tucker driving an OTK-produced Cosmic chassis. Behind them, it's going to be Robichaux, and he's going to lose 5th spot, it looks like. Yes, he does, to Daniel Robertson. Robertson makes a good move going down into turn number 1. The lead group right there on your monitor. Scott Roberts has got to be just itching to pull the trigger here and make a move on Michelle Aboisa. Aboisa coming off of a podium finish last month in Homestead. They'll see 13 to go when they get to the line. It's a long pre-final here for our Masters Max drivers. Micro Max will be on track next. Those young drivers should be on the grid. Scott Roberts right now, though, just doing a good job at staying right in Aboisa's tire tracks. Aboisa and Roberts just keep trading fast lap honors. This time it's going to be Roberts 38.386. Roberts now, your quickest driver out on the track. Christoph Adams, this is great for him. He may not be as quick as the two drivers behind him. In fact, he's not. Adams last time by was a 38.5, a Boysa a 38.4, Roberts a 38.3, but he doesn't need to be quicker than these two drivers behind him. Why? Because they're going to start racing with each other here, and they're going to start wasting each other's time. They're going to start slowing down when they're racing each other, okay? When you're on the highway and you're going in a straight line versus when you're trying to get around somebody. When are you faster? It's when you're going in a straight line with no one in front of you to impede you. That is what's going on right now for Scott Roberts and Michelle Boysa. They are the two quickest drivers on this track right now, but they have Christoph Adams in front of them dictating their pace. As Chris Egger says, the driver who leads the race dictates the pace of the entire event, okay? If you're out in front, you can go as fast as you want or you can go as slow as you want, and everybody behind you has to go accordingly. Now, that's not saying they won't try to pass you, of course. You can't just ride the brake because you will eventually get passed, but what he means is you can control the pace of the race, okay? And it's something that Christoph Adams is doing a very good job at right now. Because what he's doing by sitting back and not running away from these guys is a Boysa has to play both offense and defense at the same time, and that's much harder than just having to do one or the other. When you have the opportunity to pass or the opportunity to get past, it totally changes the way you're going to drive that kart, the way you're going to get around this track. Adams is doing a perfect job right now. He's doing what he has to do, and he's running a great race. Roberts, he's in the catbird seat, okay? He's offense 100% of the way. Roberts can go for it here on any lap. He's got the green light to go. He obviously is going to use the better part of discretion to make sure that he doesn't use up his equipment and or wreck himself. Here in our GP Falcon Masters Max pre-final. Inside of 10 to go here. And sometimes you got to get through an appetizer like Masters Max before you can get to the main course, which will be Micro Max and Junior Max. You paid to watch two heat races today, but we're going to give you the pre-finals, and we're not even going to charge you, all right? You paid for the whole seat here at Ocala Grand Prix. All you're going to need is the edge when we get to Micro Max and Junior Max later this afternoon. That racing is going to be phenomenal. Coming down to see 8 laps to go. Christoph Adams continues to lead. Boysa in second, Roberts in third. This is the longest these drivers have run nose to tail without a change in position all week here in Ocala. I feel like we could go to a commercial break in the middle of this race and come back, and you'd still see more of the same. Adams has done a good job of spacing himself out from Boysa, and Roberts has lost a little bit on the top end, allowing Boysa to gap himself away from Scott. Rest of the field looks like this. It's still Nick Tucker in fourth. Daniel Robertson rounds out your top 5 after getting by Robichaux about 4 laps ago. Pistol Pete Frischke runs 7th. Big Bobby Green is in 8th. And Alessandro De Luca rounds out your field as the leaders come by one more time here at Ocala Grand Prix. Not much changing up front. Coming up next will be the Micro Max pre-final, I understand. So I was just about to start talking to you guys all about shout-outs because we just had one get sent into our super secret cell phone number. It says, shout out to James Dyer's muscles from Jen Crawford. So that's an interesting shout-out. That's all she said. The shout-out comes solely from Jen to James, not from anybody else, that's for sure. We got another shout-out here to Alex Papow, number 1. He was involved, and what does this say here? The shout-out is from his family. He was involved in a lap 1 incident, and he's ready to go for the pre-final. His family wants to wish him good luck. So shout-out to Alex Papal. The first two lines are all I really understood of that message. Folks, email them to us, please. Don't call our timing and scoring official and have her write them down because she's better with a computer than she is with a pen. Other shout-outs include good luck, Lachlan. That's from Reese Gold. So Reese Gold tuning into the broadcast and watching. Appreciate it, Reese. Aiden Keel, we love you. Sorry can't be there due to surgery. That is from Mom and Pop Pop. So Aiden Keel getting a shout-out. How about a shout-out to Cody Crucker? Good luck to you. Hope you have a wonderful weekend racing. Love you from Grandma. So Cody Crucker getting a bit of a shout-out. How about, hey, Gianfranco, hope you're up for the pre-final. Good luck. We're all watching you. Giordano, Michaela, and a few others. That's from Claudio Russo saying good luck, Gianfranco. As that is a few of our shout-outs. And again, James Dyer rarely gets any appreciation, but he's gotten some today. He's spinning the wrenches on Yuvan Sundramurthy. I wouldn't say spinning the wrenches. I'd say dropping them, to be honest with you. James has butterfingers. It's a tragic condition. Not much has changed. I looked away from the screen for about 5 minutes, and still when I look back, it's Christoph Adams, Michelle Aboisa, and Scott Roberts as these drivers are coming down to see 2 laps to go. But the important thing to remember out of those butchered shout-outs is that Alex Papal has family back home watching and cheering him on. He's going to do great in this pre-final, they say. And you know what? I believe him. Alex will do great. As our top 3 make their way out of the tree turn, only a few corners remaining, and then they will see the white flag flying. 1 to go, and this race has been unusually straightforward, honestly. No big changes for position, nothing crazy happening on track, no broken exhaust pipes. Been a pretty calm race as Christoph Adams has led the entire way here. Michelle Aboisa, not much doing in second place. He's trying to close up on Adams, but he's just not going to have the time. He's not going to have the speed. And then Scott Roberts, your reigning U.S. Grand National Champion, runs third as they come out of turn number 7 over the dogleg. They'll head for turn number 9 out of the final corner. Your winner in Masters, it's going to be the 666, Christoph Adams. That's his DD2 Masters number, 555. He wins it in the 666 here in Masters. Great race here in Masters Max. Christoph Adams brings it home with the win, earning him the pole position for tomorrow's main event. Aboisa comes home second, Scott Roberts third, Nick Tucker fourth, and Daniel Robertson rounds out the top 5. Pistol Pete sixth, John Robichaux, Bobby Green, and Alessandro De Luca complete the running order here in Masters Max. Coming up next, folks, it is going to be our Micro Rock race set to go hot here in 5 minutes. Micro Rock drivers getting ready to roll out next. Baby. So I told you they'd go hot at 3:05. If you look at your clocks here in Ocala, folks, it says 3:05. Talk about deadly precision here at the Florida Winter Tour. That's grid stewardess Madeline Egger doing a fantastic job at turning them out just in time. We're getting ready for our Micro Max Heat Race pre-final. Our 3 heat races have set the grid for the pre-final, and we're getting ready to figure out who will start where in tomorrow's main event. It's round 2 of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. Josh Pearson, the kid has been untouchable through the first 3 heat races, and now he's trying to do more of the same. The stands are starting to fill up, the bleachers are filling, and the fence is getting packed. Folks, 2 races left in the day. You're going to want to watch them. Josh Pearson and Justin Arsenault will be your front row. Rafael Camara and James Agozi. Row number 2, Karsten DeFont starts 5th with Brandon Tyner in 6th. Then it's Ashton Torgerson in 7th, Santiago Trisney in 8th, Jeremy Fletcher and Marcelo Penicha. Chris Egger puts him into the tram lanes. We're waiting for a green flag. Let's go racing. Green flag flies and they take off down into turn number 1. The front row does a good job. Josh Pearson, everybody makes it through cleanly. The opening corner, we're off and racing through the chicane into the switchbacks now, turns 3 and 4. Josh Pearson out in front big early. Race directors moving back to the middle of the track to begin to observe the opening lap here. Everybody's starting to sort each other out and figure out how this race is going to run. Pearson brings him out of the tree turn. Rafael Camaro right behind in 2nd. And then it's a freight train all the way back. Out of the final corner to complete lap number 1. 1 down, 13 to go. They fan out down the front straightaway, trying to find the positions they can before they get to turn number 1. Rafael Camara in 2nd. Arsenault, your off-pole starter 3rd. James Zagozi 4th. And then Tyner in 5th. There's a good shot of our leaders coming into turn 4. Pearson on the black racing engine powered RPG Tony kart. The Wilsonville, Oregon native. He was here 1 year ago when he pulled off while leading a heat race, giving away the win. Today, he does not plan to do the same. He didn't do it all 3 heat races, and he was the winner of those. The kid has come a far, far way since we were last here in March of 2015. Behind Josh, everybody else fighting for position. Arsenault just trying to keep Rafael Camara at bay. Arsenault clears Camara that last time by for the 2nd position. Camara back to 3rd, and then it's Tyner and Agozi, your top 5. AM Racing Engines, the proud sponsor of Micromax. Our leaders make their way out of the infield. Camara's going to try something on Arsenault, it looks like here. No, he just stays glued right to Arsenault's back bumper. Down the front straightaway, Pearson looks solid. Arsenault way out in 2nd. What happened to Camara? He's got his hand in the air. Troubles for 3rd place driver, Rafael Camara. A misfire in the engine causes that left hand to go up, and Camara's going to hit the cutoff in turn 2. Oh, no, that is going to shake things up for this field when we get to the final tomorrow, because Camara is going to have to come from the back, and don't you worry. Rafael Camara is one driver that no matter where he starts, he's going to be up at the front quick. So that takes a little bit of pressure off Justin Arsenault, and what else that does, that moves Brandon Tyner and James Agozi up a spot. Pearson comes across the line, then it's Arsenault with a big lead. Tyner, Agozi, DeFont works on Agozi, down in 1. DeFont's trying to make something happen. Agozi squeezed him down, though. There you see that's going to be about 3rd, 4th on back. Tyner in 3rd. Agozi should be 4th. Agozi to the inside of Tyner, and he's through. Agozi with a big move down in turn number 4. James Agozi, the man on the move right now. Then it's Tyner. Back behind him, Karsten DeFont will round out your top 5. Behind them, it's going to be Trisney in 6th. Fletcher 7th, Jankowski, Panchia, and the quickest driver on the track runs 10th. It's Ashton Torgerson from Medford, Oregon. 11th is Emo Fittipaldi. No, it's actually Schianti. Fittipaldi runs 12th. Georgie Zawin is 13th. Nikita Johnson and Deo Contecha are your top 15. Juan Pablo Cepeda runs 16th. Andres Asmar is 17th. Miss Paige Crawford is 18th. Lorenzo 19th. Para, your top 20 as we work our way through our Micro Max pre-final. Josh Pearson is just doing his own thing right now. Brandon Tyner trying to get around James Agozi going into turn 9. He's going to stay right behind a little Agozi. I'll tell you what, when Josh Pearson, Justin Arsenault, Tyner, the rest of these kids make that move up to Mini-Max, it's going to be one loaded category. I can tell you that much right now. James Agozi, I don't want to think about the year that kid has to move up to Mini-Max. I don't think his tuner wants to think about it either. Dad and Mom, they're going to have to buy so much lead weight for James Agozi's go-kart. It is going to be unreal. The Daytona Superspeedway just got rebuilt this year. That project accounted for 1% of the U.S.'s annual steel production. 1% of the U.S.'s annual lead production is going to go to James Agozi's go-kart the day he moves up to Mini-Max, all right? He's a tiny dude, and he's going to need a lot of weight to make scales. But he's doing a good job right now in Micromax. I will tell you that. He's running second right now with Brandon Tyner hot on his heels. Tyner is just beating the heck out of Agozi's back bumper. And Tyner runs in third. And then right there in fourth, it's going to be Brandon Tyner. And Carson DeFonts, the Connecticut driver, rounds out your top 5. Good racing all the way through the field here in Micromax as we're starting to get to the end of this thing. 6 to go, this time at the line. Pearson up on the wheel. Arsenault does the same. Oh, now we might have a challenge for third. Agozi's going to lose third and fourth as Tyner slips by, and he's going to bring Carson DeFonts with him. So Agozi, who we saw lead in all 3 of our heat races this weekend, he has been up in the front and led. Now he's working on getting spots back. It looks like he clears Carson DeFonts for what should be fourth. Yep. Now Agozi back to P4. He'll set his sights on Brandon Tyner, the Texan, with Chase Brash Racing. 5 to go this time by for your leader, Josh Pearson, up on the wheel, not letting off at all. The gap, 1 second flat from Pearson back to Arsenault. Agozi trying to catch up here to Brandon Tyner. Carson DeFonts, your top 5. Then it's Trisney in 6. Jeremy Fletcher, Torgerson, Schianti, and Jankowski, your top 10. Let's look around the track here and find a few more battles if we can for you. It's hard, man, because no matter where we put a camera, there's usually a really good race. So it looks like now we're going to check in on the battle with Ashton Torgerson, who goes purple that time by. He's 7th. He's trying to catch up to the 43 of Santiago Trisney. Jeremy Fletcher in the Team Felon-sponsored number 22 Tony Kart runs 8th right there. There's a battle again for 3rd place. There is the battle for 6th on back. Santiago Trisney in that silver and orange graphic kart. Jeremy Fletcher and Ashton Torgerson run right behind him. Ashton has been unreal fast. Torgerson goes purple last time by thanks to a 40.738. Let's see what he can do here at the line. No, it's actually Carson DeFonts who goes purple. 40.694. Carson DeFonts, the quickest driver on track. Josh Pearson has come across the line with 3 laps to go. We look for the lead pack. Rest of the field outside of the top 10 is Emo Fittipaldi in 11th. Juan Pablo Cepeda in 12th. Georgie Zawin in 13th. Panchia Asmar, your top 15. Contagia 16th. Johnson and Crawford run 17th and 18th. Lorenzo and Caparelli complete the top 20. The sticks now being shown to our field as Josh Pearson has picked up 2 laps to go. The lead continues to grow from P1 back to P2. Let's look at it now. 1.5 seconds the difference between the top driver and second place Justin Arsenault. Josh Pearson comes out of turn number 6. He hits the tree, turn number 7, over the dog leg. He's not going to catch lap traffic. He's going to come out of the final corner, though, to see the white flag waving. Pearson, 1 lap away from being perfect in heat races and pre-finals. Agosi's in trouble. He's going to lose 1 spot, maybe more. They're 3 wide heading down into turn number 1. That's going to be Agosi, Carson DeFonts, and Brandon Tyner. They just got 3 wide heading into turn number 1. That's the battle you're watching right now. Agosi out in front. Tyner in the spot behind, and then DeFonts, they're racing for 3rd on back. That's a huge race right now. That determines who starts on the inside of row number 2. Starting on the inside of row number 1 tomorrow in the main event, though, will be Mr. Perfect, Josh Pearson, getting it done. The kid is on fire here in Ocala. How about that fight for 3rd place, though? Who's it going to go to? Looks like Agosi able to hold them off, which means he will get to start tomorrow's main event on the inside of row number 2, and that is huge. That inside line has worked 85% to move up from 3rd into 2nd off the green flag here. Greg Pearson, your boy drove great. That was awesome. Justin Arsenault comes home in 2nd place. James Agosi drives the Bennett to 3rd. Brandon Tyner ends up 4th, with Karsten DeFonts having a heck of a run in 5th place. Ashton Torgerson was 6th. Jeremy Fletcher 7th. Santiago Trisney 8th. Schianti 9th. And Alex Jankowski 10th. Emmo Fittipaldi finishes 11th. Juan Pablo Cepeda 12th. Georgie Zoin 13th. Marcelo Panchia and Andres Asmar, your top 15. Diego Contagia 16th. Nikita Johnson 17th. Miss Paige Crawford brings it home in 18th. Her mom was a little nervous when that green flag flew. It's always fun here at Ocala to be able to look down the fence line and see all kinds of people getting worked up. Most of the time it's the moms. It really is. Some people are getting back rubs on the fence line here at Ocala, not doing really anything in particular, just standing around, sitting around. As we get ready for our final race of the day, it will be our Junior Max drivers getting set to roll out here at 3:20. That's in about 7 minutes. All those drivers are down in their carts, helmets on. I know better than to go try get an interview right now. Those guys are ready to go. There's Adam Johnson. Man, he is just cool and hanging out and enjoying the weather down there underneath the OGP arch. Chris Egger having a discussion with our front row. There's Mark Michonne, your chief steward. The West Coast connection right there. Michonne and Egger coming all the way to the southeast from way of the West Coast. Hopefully Andy, don't call me Seisman, is watching this race. He texts me at the most random times letting us know he's watching. But you know what? I guess it's good to have fans. We're getting ready for our final pre-final of the day. Madeline Egger with the signboard in hand, letting these guys know 1 minute remaining on grid. So they're going to fire up the engines, and we're going to get ready to turn them out, Chris Wheeler.
Junior Max on the grid. Motors are fired. And this one is going to be a barn burner. These drivers have earned their starting position through the points totals of the 3 heat races. So if they qualified poorly, they've had their opportunities to overcome it. They've earned where they will start, and now we will see who is going to lead us down to tomorrow's final. Round 2 here. The 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels. It's a sharp-looking group here in Junior Max, as you see him now on the front straightaway, getting those Mojo tires heated up.
I got to say, Chris, I'm not going to talk about the post in length, but I'm friends with Lane Vicala on Facebook who was in that Senior Max race. And I just wanted to say that I'm flipping through Facebook, getting ready to go here. And Lane, if you can hear me, that's a pretty funny post you made 24 minutes ago. If you're friends with Lane Ocala, go find it. I think it's funny. I have a weird sense of humor, though. I don't have many friends. I think it's a clever and original post. What I also think is funny is how fast today has gone and how done we're about to be. It is our Junior Max pre-final on the grid. Chris Wheeler, why don't you tell us who's in this race?
Well, starting in the 15th row, you've got Emma Delartre and Tomasin Brennan. Row 14, George Stojakovic and Dylan DeFonce. Row 13, Peyton Durant and Amon Lowe. Row 12, Riley Dickinson and Nathan Ratton. Row 11, Max Hewitt, Marc-Antoine Poirier. Row 10, Zachary Hollingshead and Jet Nolan. Row 9, Stephen Malozzi and Zoe Edenholm. Row 8, Dylan Tavella, Spencer Mills. Row number 7, Matthew Latifi, Lachlan D. Francesco. Row 6, Manuel Suleiman, Andres D'Alba. Now to the top 10 we move. Row number 5, you got on the inside Nick Bruckner and Ryan McDermott. Row 4, Killian Meyer, Aiden Keel. Row 3, Arthur Least, Harry Colton. Row number 2, Nicholas D. Orlando and Eduardo Barrichello. And on the front row, inside to outside, Michael D. Orlando, Matias Ramirez. They're 2x2 now in the showcase corner. Nice, slow, and steady pace by your pole sitter, the 251, Michael D. Orlando. In the tram lanes we go. Looking to Cam Hager. Acceleration, green flags out. We are underway here. Ramirez trying to get down. He's going to get back to 4th, maybe 6th even. We see how they come out in turns 1, 2, 3, clean and green so far through the first left-hander at 3 now. Ramirez did, in fact, come out 4th as it is D'Orlando, Least. Check that, Least, D'Orlando now. Michael D'Orlando, Matias Ramirez is going to come with Arthur Least to take over 3rd. Then it will be a gap back to Nick Bruckner. Turn number 8 and 9 for the first time. Michael D'Orlando leads them by 5 to 6 kart lengths. Now to the showcase. Arthur Least 2nd, Matias Ramirez, Nicholas D'Orlando the top 4. Then a gap back to the 282 machine of Manuel Suleiman. So a great start for him.
Great start for all of our Junior Max drivers, Chris Wheeler, because we got through that opening lap, I do believe, without losing a single kart or a single driver. And if you like big fields, you don't want to see anybody fall out of this race.
So Matias Ramirez to the bottom of Michael D'Orlando, and he's through. Least tries to come with him. They're going to go side by side through 6, and now Matias Ramirez has himself an 8 kart length advantage over Nicholas D'Orlando. Then it'll be Michael D'Orlando, then it'll be Suleiman, and then Nick Bruckner.
Big shakeup here in Junior Max lap 2 coming to an end here. And Matias Ramirez, he took his time through the heat races, but now in the pre-final, he's out in front. And this race, of course, Chris, determines where we will start these kiddos when we get to the main event tomorrow. Ramirez goes purple that time by 39.080. Little bit of bumping and banging. One driver off hard on the exit of 4, goes underneath the barriers, but continues. Wow, they're getting physical out there right now. D'Orlando.
So the driver pulls off, crosses the racetrack, cuts 3 corners, comes back on the track, swings at one driver, swings at a second, and finally costs Michael D'Orlando about 12 positions.
That was unusual.
No, that was just flat out stupid. Meanwhile, back to the racing action, though, Tony Laporta. Matias Ramirez checked out here, man. What a run he's got going on. 6, 7 kart lengths right now over Nicholas D'Orlando. But the man on the move, Zachary Hollingshead, in the 5th spot. Hollingshead, purple last time by 39.076. So the young Ocala Grand Prix driver doing a fantastic job here in this pre-final. But he appears to be under attack by Dylan Tavella.
A little bit farther back, that looks like Stephen Malozzi trying to hand off Killian Meyer, I believe. As Stephen Malozzi and those guys are racing a little bit farther down the pack here. I think the driver, just to put a little bit of closure on that issue we just saw with Michael D'Orlando, Chris, was Manuel Suleiman in the 282 Esprit. Again, I have absolutely no idea what was going on there. We saw him go off hard over in turn number 6, came back on the track, took the preferred racing line away from quite a few drivers, and then ended up pulling right off the track as if he thought it was someone else's fault.
Well, not sure if you could see the bodywork on that 282 machine when he pulled off the track, but it was definitely covered in its fair share of battle wounds. So results reflect in your actions. But back out in front, Matias Ramirez, 39.056 last time by, 1/10 of a second faster than Nicholas D'Orlando in a lead, out to 6/10 of a second.
Killian Meyer in the 210 goes green that time by 39.160, and then it's Aiden Keel in 9th. Eduardo Barrichello rounds out your top 10. Stephen Malozzi has got a really good race going right now, Chris. Young driver out of the Oakland Valley Race Park pit there in upstate New York. He's running inside the top 10 right now. He's got Michael D'Orlando, who was behind him, now in front of him, so Malozzi will fall to 12th. His race still not one to be ashamed of at all. Nicholas Bruckner comes by in the 3rd position. That's the highest we've seen him run all weekend. And then it's Matt Latifi in 4th. Hollingshead rounds out your top 5. Couple drivers get together going through the chicane in turn 2. They run wide and hit the cutoff. Everybody's okay, though. Ryan McDermott runs 6th. Tavella, Keel, Meyer, and Barrichello, your top 10. And Chris Barrichello goes purple, 38.487.
So last time by, D'Orlando was 2/10 faster than Matias Ramirez. And now the gap's starting to close even more. The battle for the lead, what is it this time by? 38.5 to 38.5, down to 4/10 of a second.
Zachary Hollingshead took a swing at Matt Latifi going out of turn number 8. Last time by, Latifi had a monster run through turn number 9 and couldn't get anything going. Keep an eye on that, though. And Ryan McDermott, the driver who I spoke about in the last heat race earlier this afternoon, goes purple, 38.353. But, Chris, you're right. The gap shrinking. Matias Ramirez out in front of young Nicholas D'Orlando, the junior Max rookie, as they come through the final corner here to see 10 to go. Let's see what the gap is going to be. Ramirez out in front. What does little D'Orlando have for him? The gap stays at 4/10 of a second. Ramirez that time by a 38.56. D'Orlando a 38.57. The lap times nearly identical between the top 2 right now.
Top 2 staying right with each other. Nicholas D'Orlando, you got to think, is just kind of sitting there. He knows he has to at least match Matias Ramirez and try and better him every opportunity he can to have a shot at it. It'll be 9 to go when they get to the stripe this next time. Looking down, trying to track and see where our pole sitter, Michael D'Orlando has ended up.
Looks like he's right outside the top 10 in 11th right now.
Sitting in P11. We'll see what the times say this time by the stripe. Up to P10. So 38.4 for him, running same pace as the leaders. It's been interesting to see with now less than 9 laps to go how far inside the top 10 he can bring himself back for a starting position in tomorrow's finals. It appears he's back with the group. Who's not with the group? The leaders. Matias Ramirez and Nicholas D'Orlando, and I believe D'Orlando's closed in just a little bit more now.
1.8 seconds from D'Orlando back to Nicholas Bruckner. Those top 2 drivers, Chris, you're absolutely right, starting to pull away here. And watch out, because here comes McDermott, Chris.
So Nicholas D'Orlando that time through did in fact close the gap to 0.3 of a second, but McDermott into 5th, goes purple again, 38.070, 7.5 or so laps remaining. McDermott now going to throw it in on Latifi, and he is through, and I believe he brought Hollingshead with him.
He did. Hollingshead follows McDermott for 5th. Ryan now up into that position. He's going to set his sights on Nicholas Bruckner, who now runs 3rd. And I'll tell you what, McDermott has the speed to do it. His brother, Cody Schindel Jr., is on the fence, cheering him on, staring at race monitor.
That last time, the lead now down to 2.5 of a second. 38.0, 38.0, 38.1 for your top 3. They all ran their fastest laps of the race. But Eduardo Barrichello back in 11th goes purple, 37.971.
The leaders come out at turn number 6. They head for 7. McDermott has got Hollingshead right on him, but McDermott is great out of the tight stuff. Let's see what the gap is. Last time by from Bruckner back to McDermott, it was 0.5 of a second. Meanwhile, D'Orlando loses a bit of ground to Ramirez, and McDermott closes in on Nicholas Bruckner. Aiden Keel, quickest driver on the track as they come out of turn 2, the chicane. Ryan McDermott Slowly closing in on Nicholas Bruckner, and with 5 to go when they get to the line, Ryan McDermott has plenty of time to steal that third position, and I keep beating a dead horse here, but that is such an important position because from the inside of that row number 2, you can drive right up to second place behind the pole sitter's bumper when we go green flag tomorrow in the main events.
This time off the final corner for 5 laps to go. That time by the lead now down to 2.5 tenths of a second again is Aiden Keel. Now stepping it up. He goes purple, 37.845. So the first driver up front to go sub 37.9, Aiden Keel in the Anderson karting program, showing some speed here in the closing laps of your Junior Max pre-final.
Anderson Karting has that Indy Lights car sitting over there out in front of their trailer this weekend. Maybe Aiden Keel thinks he's driving that right now because he sure has the speed to beat everybody right now. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the time. Aiden Keel running 5th. McDermott lays down his best lap, a 37.9, and here comes Michael D'Orlando. He's not going to get back inside the top 5, unfortunately, the way this race is looking. He will have to start tomorrow's final from outside of the top 5, but he goes purple, a 37.786. So Michael D'Orlando showing that what happened early in this race was indeed a fluke involved with another driver, but don't count him out. Ryan McDermott now has Nicholas Bruckner solidly in his sights as they come down to see 3 laps to go. D'Orlando, the little brother, goes purple that time by 37.784 for Nicholas. He's able to cut the gap to 0.3 of a second from Ramirez back to his front bumper. Bruckner in 3rd, McDermott 4th, Keel in 5th as our leaders come out of turn number 4. They head for the right-handed hairpin, turn number 5 through the switchbacks a little bit. Nope, it's clear sailing all ahead for our Junior Max leaders, Chris. They are clean and green, as you would say, to the end of this thing.
So, as we come down to the dual sticks, 2 to go. Ramirez 37.9, D'Orlando 37.8. Back under 0.3 of a second margin here. And everybody in the top 10 running darn near identical lap times. And when everybody is this close on the competition side, Tony Laporte, it's kind of hard to fill the gaps when they've already developed. So many kids with the speed, but the ones who are up front are the ones with the least amount of mistakes behind the wheel.
Exactly. That's the perfect way to put it, because when these kids get a gap, but they start laying down identical lap times, the gap isn't going to go away. It's not going to get any bigger. White flag in the air here. They've got 1 lap to go. Matias Ramirez, the home track driver, just trying to bring this thing home and earn himself the pole position for tomorrow's final here in Junior Max. He won Junior Rock here 5 days ago. Can he do the same in Junior Max? Well, starting from the pole is going to be a pretty good chance to get it done. Out of the tree turn, over the dog leg. Nicholas D'Orlando's been fast all day, but he's not fast enough. Your winner in Junior Max, the 2:58, Matias Ramirez. Nicholas D'Orlando has a fantastic day, coming home in 2nd place after a heat race victory. It's a good day at Ocala Grand Prix if you're Nicholas D'Orlando, if you ask me. Nicholas Bruckner comes home 3rd. Ryan McDermott rallies for a 4th place finish. And then 5th is going to be Anderson Racing driver Aiden Keel, who had the jetpack on this afternoon. Matt Latifi comes home 6th, but the quickest driver of the day when it was all said and done, Michael D'Orlando. Big brother goes a 37.601. So Michael D'Orlando involved in a fluke deal at the start of this race that mired him back in traffic. He'll be coming from the 7th spot when we go green flag racing tomorrow in our main event for Junior Max. Dylan Tavella finishes 8th, Killian Meyer 9th, and Eduardo Barrichello finishes 10th. Harry Colton, man of the people, finishes 11th, with Max Hewitt 12th, Zach Hollingshead 13th, Spencer Mills, and Andres de Alba, your top 15. Coming home 16th, the 2:21 of Zoe Edenholm. Stephen Malozzi finishes 17th. Lachlan DiFrancesco, 18th. Dylan DeFonts and Riley Dickinson complete the top 20 here in Junior Max. As our drivers hit the scale line, congratulations to Matias Ramirez, your winner in Junior Max, as well as congratulations to all of our winners here on Saturday of round 2, the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. There's the last couple drivers. You see them parked in front of the scale line. Beautiful shot of the final turn here at Ocala Grand Prix. Folks, thanks so much for spending your Saturday with us. It's sunny and 75 here in Ocala. I hope it's as beautiful wherever you might be. The racing, the preliminary racing is done. We have set our grids for tomorrow's main events. When we show up tomorrow, it'll be a round of morning warm-ups, and then we will get right into it. Round 2 of the 2016 Florida Winter Tour will be contested here tomorrow. Make sure you join us. Be sure to email us live at floridawintertour.com. It's been a great day of racing. Now, everybody here at Ocala Grand Prix will head to the Max Speed Thank You Dinner, which will be held over by the Scale House. That is a complimentary dinner to all in attendance this afternoon. We invite everybody to come on down and get yourself something to eat, something to drink, and talk about the great racing we had today. For Chris Wheeler, I'm Tony Laporta. Thanks for watching today, folks. We'll be back with live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels tomorrow with our main events. Have a good night, everybody.
I get home from work on Saturday morning about 4 to 5 a.m. On a good week, I did some prep early, and on a bad week, I'm doing it when I get to the track. Sleep is not an option. I unload, reg, driver's meeting, nap, qualify, race. It's not every weekend, but it's as many races as I can make. I used to race when I was younger, before New York and before getting married. I've always worn Bell. From bicycles to race cars, it's given me the best in safety when I've needed it the most.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
The 2016 Sofina Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels, in partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.